Hi, Scott. Blessings, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, and subscribe if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, I connected that an epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore. Please consider supporting my work. The links will be done after this video, after this live. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Leah. How are you? And if you wouldn't be so dreary, go check out my website where you could see pyramids, all types of pyramids, and candles, and artwork, and all kinds of fun stuff. AllyKatCreations211.com is where you can find all my fun artwork. And in the next coming days, I'm going to do the next monthly raffle, which will be announced on the community page. And those of you who are interested could win one of the 2 or 3 paintings that I have done this month for the paint and sips. And the entries are starting at $5, really cheap. So yeah, so if you're interested in becoming a member, that's just a small way of helping me out, help Odin out, and Freya and Little Thor, and keeping me alive. Yeah. Hi, Bob. Hi, Ashmaya. How are you? I need that love and light. Um, Before I get any further, I don't like to post people's personal things because that's just not me. Um, but there is a call for prayers for one of our We Not Me members. Her name is Blondie. She needs our prayers right now, big and strong. So let's send her some very big, strong healing vibrations and frequencies. Um, she really needs them right now, and I know our community could do it for her. Odin Cat also needs prayers. Um, Hi, Roger. Not only Blondie, she's in the, I don't know how, let me recheck. I don't know if she's in the We Not Me chat anymore, but she does watch Jason. She just notified me today that she needs prayers and big time ones. So let's send her some prayers. Um, and Odin Cat, I have to figure something out because that cat needs to get to the vet. He's okay. I posted the picture of him on Facebook and Telegram. He just looks sad and miserable and lethargic. I made a hamburger for dinner when I got home from work, and usually he's all up in my food, and he did not want anything about it. He's not really eating that much. So yeah, so I have to find fundages to get him to the vet. I am looking into loans and what options I have available. Um, yeah, because my paycheck today was like fucking abysmal. So I got bills to pay and lights to keep on and the heat to keep on, and that's priority for Freya and him. But the vet is going to be expensive, I'm sure. So I'm looking at different avenues of what to do. And in the meantime, prayers are very much wanted, needed, and for not only little Odin, but for Blondie. Um, Hi, Buckshot. And thank you everybody for sending her prayers. It's not, I don't like to post anybody's personal going ons. It's health wise. I'll leave it at that. But she reached out to me today to tell me some of the news, and I know our community is very heart centered and will actually give her some bubbling light and love. So she absolutely is a sweetheart and huge contributor to We Not Me. I know that there's a lot of people that aren't in the chat much as they used to be, and that's probably private situations, life in general hitting everybody, and their own personal reasoning. So, but she was huge in the chat, and if you guys know her, remember her, just send her some love and prayers of light and healing. And yeah, so yesterday, I just literally watched listened to Alexandra Quinn right before I went live. And like my moods, the amplification of the energy that I'm feeling, and like brick face, smash the brick in the face. Like yesterday was really bad. And I'm sure I'm gonna get to those points today. Um like yesterday was really rough. The energy for me was beyond wonky. I couldn't put much to words, but then I needed a vent, so I did a video. I shouldn't be doing that, but I do these things not to embarrass myself. I don't want to elicit sympathy or pity or any of that stuff. That's not what that purpose is for me doing that live. It's about, I want people to know that even people like me go through it and have those moments and have those feelings just like anybody else. It's not, I am not no freaking Buddhist monk master that is sitting there in like kumbaya and transforming energy. I could do that. It takes time. And that's just showing the humanness that we all express. And I like to be vulnerable in those states to show other people that it is okay, that we all hit these bumps in the road, or we have these things that come up. And even though like Alexander Crone was like, it's an illusion. Well, you know what's not an illusion? What's really a 3D is when an animal or yourself gets sick and there is no way for you to go to a doctor or to the vet because there's no way to pay for it. That's real deal. That's not an illusion. It's not an illusion. You know, um there is, I mean, in a larger sense, yes, it's all illusion. But the reality that we are in, that we need to clear, that we need to like disperse is real. We perceive it to be real, right? Oh, yeah, did I listen to, I think I listened to one of Daniel's this morning when I like right before I went to work. Hi, Victoria. Yeah, and that's really why I post so personally about like what is going on with me. And it's not to elicit any kind of like, oh, woe is me, as much as I want other people to say, oh, wow, okay, like she goes through the same shit. And I do. Okay. I'm not that far off on my spiritual journey after all, if she's going through it. Because humans like to compare and contrast to other people. I tend not to try to do that only because I'm not in competition with anybody. I'm not here to solicit like a million people on on my channel, or like to have a successful business. I'm not, that doesn't ring success for me, right? Hi, hair care. What elicits success for, and I hope that that definition does get defined differently by us said humans is, are you happy? I love my job. The 3D component of it sucks. I love making artwork. It fulfills me. It brings me to my highest excitement. Does it pay my bills? No. I barely sell anything. But it's okay. I'm going to do this stuff anyway because that's just me. Um, but when I get these wonky energies, I'm not the only one feeling it. And I want to give people permission slips to vent, to get it out. Because if you, I used to be this person. I used to suppress and bottle up my emotional states. And then I used to explode like a freaking Chinese New Year firecracker explosion extravaganza. And it would be spewing to everybody's direction. And that's just not healthy either. I feel a similar way, Victoria. Um, like I am trying to do my best to stop comparing myself to a standard norm. That's kind of hard to do when you're wrapped in a third dimensional expression of people who have the norm. So what do we classify as a norm? A two-person income, marriage. And I'm not talking about like there's a lot of us here that are not married and don't have kids. Like I don't have kids. My fur babies are my kids. I'm a single income and always have been a single income. Even when my mom was alive, all of that went to the nursing home and the extras. But I basically have been alone for the last set, like physically alone the last 7 years without my parents, my mom dying 7 years ago. And it's not an easy task, especially when your third dimensional reality doesn't help you prosper in the ways that you would like. I just want to be content. It's hard to be content when the world's throwing up on you, all kinds of crap that we signed up for. By the way, I signed up for this. I don't know why I would sign up to have my cat. I just had one pass away in April. Why another one is sick? I don't know what's wrong with him. Why would I want to sign up for that experience again? I don't know. Forcing me to figure something out, sure. But there's no good avenues until after Monday, and maybe a few weeks after that, after we figure out what the financial system is going to look like. I don't know. But I'm not going on the dangling on the stick characteristic. Like I have my Pledge of Allegiance shirt on. I'm not following that stick with the carrot on there. Oh, I have to wait for Nasera to Sarah to come and hit my bank account so that I can take my cat to the vet. No, no, no. I don't foresee that coming in the way that we all are being projected at. I don't see it. Um, I will say there will be tax relief, but how long and how far off in the future will that hit for many of us? I don't know. Carrots create carrot cake. If I get new teeth, that's one of the first things I want to eat is a raw carrot. I love carrots, but I like the hard carrots, the ones you pick right out of the ground. Love those. And I can't do that with my teeth. Um, Freya is acting like more, she's coming more out of her shell and she's a little plumpy. I have to put her on a diet. She's eating Odin's food, which I'm not happy with, but I have to feed them as soon as I wake up in the morning. She wakes me up. He's just not eating. I've been putting a certain paste, like because cats can't have a lot. I'm putting like a smudge, like a little tiny little thing in the food, and I'm like hoping he eats it. Um, I might have to like physically get it in his mouth, but I want him to eat. So there's something going on right now with him that I am trying, but the animal, we're all feeling it. And they're especially when Blondie texted me what was going on with her. Um there's going to be a lot of another, I said this a few weeks ago, another wave of people are going to be leaving. And it's, I don't think she's going at all anytime soon, and I don't want that for her. But that a lot of people are going to be confronted with the death. The fear is going to be purged out of people, and we have to come into a holding the physical shoulder for people right now, giving better options for people right now. She asked me what do I personally feel about med beds. I told her the truth. I don't really believe they even exist. What I do believe is that there's technologies that we're starting to see in feeds slowly come up, that they're taking lasers and they're working the laser in the gums so teeth can grow, that they're injecting cells with different things that are reversing certain things, the C word. So the technology is starting to come forward to heal, to get rid of things that are not wanted in the body. Is it sitting in a tube like an MRI machine and getting your frequency work done? I don't see it. And sure, we've all seen those stupid pictures that were doctored with tubes that have fancy lights on the top that look all spacey age looking, and you're just gonna sit there. Listen, I'm not the healthiest. I know that I have stuff going on with my own self, and I've always had something going on with myself for the last 22 years of my life. It's half my life. I was diagnosed at 21 years old with rheumatoid arthritis. That's the shittiest thing you can have. I've been told. Besides the magic C word. But sure, I had pain. Like, not to get gross, I don't think you can see that. I have a huge bruise right here, and then I have another one right here. I had kids headbutting me. This really hurts bad. I'm shocked I don't have a black eye after yesterday's finanza. Yeah, my dad is almost, he'll this year is 20 years he's gone, and my mom is 7. I forgot how long my birth mother would be. 23 years gone. My birth mother. Sorry, had to do the math in my head. 23 years. I have a dad. I call him the sperm donor. I don't really talk to my dad. Um, I talk to my aunt. That's his sister. She's amazing. Love her. I am just like her. Love my aunt. But my dad, The only thing we have in common is the liking of weapons. I like firearms, and so does he. He has a humongous collection, and I think I'm the firstborn and the only child that will be able to inherit his stash. So kudos to me, but I'm not waiting on that. I can't. And that's not if his girlfriend doesn't take stuff to pay herself back with. I don't know. They have a wonky relationship. Oh, my parents are always with me. I think the other day when I started tear, like if you watch my video from yesterday, like I legitimately cried. I had to stop and pause the video because like I had tears rolling down my face. I was so upset yesterday. So I did so upset. I the one it's so much energy, and it's also for an empath like myself. It doesn't matter how many days, numbers of hours I shield my energy, I'm absorbing. It is overwhelming right now with a lot of the planetary alignments starting to happen, with everybody gearing up for Monday. Like there is an energy explosion, and no matter how hard I keep my plasma, my 12D shielding up, it is breaching. It's absolutely breaching me. It is absolutely obscene. I can't handle it. And yesterday was like my tipping point. It was bad. I mean, I now I'm kind of more, I went through my day. I had an easier day today. Um, I was with the older kids, so I didn't have to hurt myself right there. The weather actually, it's going to get really bad the end of the weekend. But today's temperature right now, currently, I'm sitting at 42 degrees, real feel 34. That's a heat wave. That's a heat wave. So it was a lot warmer today. I was hoping to get, excuse me, Little Thor video. Little Thor did not show, he showed up way later in the day because I left food for him and he ate it. So I know it's him. I saw his paw prints in the snow that's still in my driveway. Like, so I know he's coming. I just can't get him on film. So hopefully tomorrow. Yes. Yesterday, like I was saying earlier, I have a higher expanded consciousness. My thinking is not done on a 3D level. It's done on a higher scale level. I'm not going to give it a number because it doesn't really matter. But up here is where I'm sitting, and the way a wave goes up and down. But yet my body's still in this fucking bullshit system. And even though it is an illusion to an extent, you still have to live through it and experience it. And I'm still I asked upstairs last night before I went to sleep. I said, once again, you have tasked me to be the representative of the soul of the oversoul. This little portion of myself that's in this shell, you've asked and tasked a very heavy burden. Can you give me something? I know we're supposed to walk through certain things alone without your assistance because we have to taste it and experience it and go through it. But I already been through this little dig dance before. Now, like how I don't want my cat to pass over if there's something I could do. But then you go to the vet, it's a $500 bill because of blood work and x-rays and whatever else they have to do. And that's a lot cheaper. It's seriously a lot cheaper here to take your animal to the vet than it is in New York, for sure. Way cheaper here. But it still costs money I don't have. I'll the soft disclosure, my paycheck was 200 and change. Fun. The check before that was also 200 and change. What the fuck am I gonna do with $400? Because I live paycheck to paycheck. I don't know. So I gotta go. I have to figure it out. I'm looking at an equity loan, though that kind of scares me because if I do that, then I have to make sure that I hold this job, and that job doesn't, I don't have a salary, so I don't know what I'm gonna do over the summer. And I got to figure out another job. There is a potential position that I might be able to grab at my school. I'm getting very excited about it, but I can't put my eggs in one basket. But in the meantime, like there's a lot of unknowns, and that is scary to take an equity loan out when you're not sure how that will get paid back because I don't have consistent income. Um, I just adopted him in August. I don't want to have to put him down if it's something that can be prevented. And I'm sure that it's nothing that serious, but even if let's just say he does need surgery or whatever, like I'm a very responsible pet owner. I can't in my heart put an animal down that I just adopted unless I knew incoming he was sick and I was just giving it a longevity. Yeah, I got the same warning. I think I know you're a lot further up than I am. I think you guys, Wisconsin, Upper Michigan, and like upper parts of Illinois are getting that. I'm getting the second tier of that shit. I mean, but like when I moved here, it was like 30 below zero. Um, but I wasn't in the house yet. Uh, hotel towels keep the wind chill from that. It was not fun living in a hotel. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's wrong. I just want to get him to the vet, Bob, to see what is wrong. And then go from there. But that alone is a couple $100 I don't have right now. Like if I got a regular paycheck, I would have been able to go and fuck my bills. But like, so I have to figure out like what my best options are and what I'm actually able to receive if I take a personal loan out. What is that looking like? Because the interest rates are high, and that's why I wanted to wait until Monday when a said person gets into office to see where things are going to lie financially. Not because Nasser and Jasser is going to be dropped, not because all this other shit that might or may not drop. I'm not waiting on that. What I am waiting for is to see where the economy goes, interest rates, taxes, because if things start dropping, a loan would be a better, instead of taking a loan today out with the old school bullshit high interest, maybe things will change next week. Putting my manifestation powers out there that now people gotta owe up to, hey, can't have this high interest. This is not going to sustain. I don't necessarily mind the cold. I mind the ice and the snow on the street. That's what I mind. Yes, it's the said cure for things, not medical advice, and this is for entertainment purposes, YouTube. Um, I had gotten some goodies from Tractor Supply a while ago that I had used for Ethan Cat that's still good. Because I didn't know what was wrong with him either, but I knew he had either a stroke or a brain tumor. So I was trying to treat that with that thing. And now I'm trying it with Odin, but Odin is not wanting to eat. So I have to figure out tomorrow if I can get that said substance into him. Hi, Taylor. What's up? So he's um I mean, look at this baby's face. Look at his face. He's upset. He's upset. Look at that face. He's like, look at me, I'm pathetic. This is a better picture of him. He's like, eh. Yeah, I have I mean my property is fine. It's just like driving down the block. Um, it's getting to work. Two of my paraprofessionals that I work alongside with, they work in different classrooms, but like we all hang out and we all go to meetings and stuff together. Two of them have knee injuries. One fell literally outside the school. I'm like, you guys gotta sue. Um, busted the knee open, and they're both and another one fell in the building because of one of the kids in the class I was with today. She busted her knee in the lunchroom, and I'm just like, oh dear goodness sakes. Um, so is dangerous. I mean, like everybody in my school makes fun of me because I look like an Eskimo compared to them. They're coming in sandals and hoodies. I'm coming in with a full like parka coat and layered. I'm like, hey, I have cleats too. New York, you need cleats when it gets that cold because it's not lake effect, it's ocean effect. I was on the ocean. Buckshot could tell you. And it's side street unfortunate. In New York, they don't plow your street until like everything else is plowed. So you're treading very carefully like a penguin, getting to where you need to go. I did not. I have it. I have to find room on my PC, on my desktop to download it. But I will look at it. These doctors here suck. They keep sending everybody to I noticed this too, like Northwest Indiana, they do not have trauma centers here in the hospitals. You have to go to Chicago, and most of the specialists are in Indy. Never heard in my life. I mean, I gave one of the girls a knee brace. I'm like, you really should try this. Try it. Um, it has the metal bars and it keeps like from dancing. I was a ballerina. My kneecaps would jiggle bad, and you could hear it and it hurt. So I wore braces for a long time to keep my knees from keep my kneecap straight and not wiggle jiggle in the wrong direction. And I did a lot of my own PT for myself, and I've not cured it. It's better, but I don't really have any problem with my knees. I would say Manhattan is comparably very similar because yeah, Chicago could be the windy city, and it is a lot windier here than New York, but New York has wind tunnels. So it would tell like I when I went to work in the morning and I got into Manhattan, you could tell the humongous difference when you're walking down a certain street and the wind is nonstop. It is 20 degrees colder in those wind tunnels in Manhattan. I could testify to that. And you're right off the ocean, not a lake, the ocean. There's a big difference there. I don't care what anybody says. Ocean suck. I love the ocean. Don't get me wrong. But I had to get away from it. No hurricanes for me. No more at least. So the energy right now, as like, and I believe Alexander Cohen when he says that we're going through a purge. I know I am. Like I'm being really tested right now. I don't like it. It's uncomfortable. But I'm also being challenged in the duality portion of my non-duality. I am with the last two checks this year, I'm applying for food stamps. Let's see how much I get. I have to go find the link to get my pay stub for the last 2 days, the last 2 weeks. Well, this month. Because I should be able to get food stamps. You can't afford I'm still eating once a day. And I'm having like Nutri-Grain bars for lunch. And I eat at school when my kids are in. Like today, it's Pizza Friday, and I don't eat with the bigger kids because they eat in the lunchroom. Um, for the banquet boxes that you would get at the free food banks and stuff here, it's questionable stuff. Um, I went 2 Saturdays ago. It's stuff that I would not, even the veggies and stuff of that nature. This is what happened in New York. I got food poisoning twice from just about spoiled food. I cannot have food poisoning again. I refuse to go through that again. That was very painful. And even with health insurance that I have now, I don't use it. I don't want to use it. No thanks. And not to say that the food bank is not it's a great thing if you need it. I went because I needed it. And because I'm not a household, I'm also looked at also in not the best way. Oh, I have it. I have some tuning forks. I love tuning forks. Yep. I'm on TikTok and I was hesitant on going to TikTok. Um, I was very hesitant on going on TikTok. But when Vikings girls were doing TikToks, they actually got kicked off. But they were doing some TikToks, and inside of me was saying, well, you never know who's going to see that message that could save someone's life or give somebody another perspective because it's instant. So I'll shorten, like if I do a Curtis books, and I usually like to go off of that because a lot of people listen to those on TikTok. I will shorten my message or I'll read a little bit of a paragraph to grab people to come to the channel to hear the whole full thing. Um, what I get a lot of a success on is the pictures that I post. Like one of my pictures, I got 1,043 views, which is really, for me, my last video on fragments was 168 views. I have another one that's 1,049, 1,061. I have one that's 2,368. Um, some of them I get into the 900s. It's not about the numbers so much, but those are just the pictures. Those memes I drop on my Facebook. A lot of those hit really good. And it's the messages behind it that mean something. So, sorry guys, hang on. Um, that was Ivy. She's in my area. Yeah, the food banks in New York especially didn't have much of the veggies and stuff. Whatever they did have was like getting brown and moldy. Here not so much, but it's stuff that like I force myself to eat and it I honestly don't care what they do with any of the social media stuff. They're not going to take it down. Um, and it, honestly, normal people, and I'm only classifying, I'm not normal. I just an everyday average person, they're consumed. I didn't grow up with this stuff. Like I'm an early 80s baby. I did not need the internet. I'm very old school. I still like writing checks. I don't like online anything banking wise. I really honestly don't like debit cards either. I'm a back in the day, got to get the cash out. But there's dangers to that depending on where you live. Holding a lot of cash on you is not a great idea unless you're armed, and even that, back in New York, you couldn't be armed. So debit card it is. Credit cards. I only started using a credit card because when I went to college, some of the art supplies were so outrageously expensive, and there you go. I'm not holding $800 in my pocket going to the city. Um, normal is just the average person walking through life. There is no normal. I got a shirt when I lived in New York. One of my exes way back in the day when the Addams Family was on Broadway, I went to see that Broadway show, and I got like the abnormal. Oh, just touched that. No, I'm serious. Like I have a bruise. It's hard to see because I'm also freckled right here. Ooh, thank God it's not on this side. Woo, that's painful. Um, that it says abnormal. I have to see. I have it somewhere. I don't really throw out that stuff. Um, I'm not normal. Never been normal. Mm-mm. Eh, Like I go to work and none of these teachers think I'm my age. I'm older than most of the staff. Like a lot of them are in their early 20s, early 30s, married, have a house, have the kids. Everybody is just winging it and thriving. And here I come like, oh wow, you know how to handle those kids. Yeah, because I didn't lose the sense of being a kid myself. So there's a lot of comparisons I can put out there. But a lot of these women I don't jive with. My kids need a full-blown sensory room. That's what they need. My they also the thing is my this is a new program for my school and it was taken over for the from this from one thing to another. My school district took over another program that how was housed in the schools, and my community took it over, and they don't know what they're doing. The women who are running it, they know exactly what's going on. They know how they're really amazing people. The kids need an outlet to get out their whatever is frustrating them, and half of them are not verbal to tell you why they're frustrated. A lot of my kids now, we know that it's snack time, they need a Snickers. You know those commercials where as soon as they have the Snickers, their disposition changes? Yeah, a lot of my kids are like that. They're hangry, but they can't tell you they're hangry. They just walk me over to the lunch bag and then they point up like they want their snack, and I'm like, it's not snack time yet, bro. Um, but autistic kids are another avenue of crazy town. I love my kiddos. It's my passion. But energetically, they're going through it too. Everybody in the school was like saying that their class was out of sorts. Yeah, look at the energy. We just had a full moon. Um, so what I was saying yesterday in the video about what's going to happen on Monday, I urge everybody to just learn how to objectively listen to information. Hi, Christina. Is objectively listening to information, not allowing it to actually hit. And why I'm saying that is because of how intense this energy is and how people are being steered still to this day by the programs and the narratives being steered out by people. This is where the problem comes in. We have a lot going on. We have a lot of information coming on. We have a lot of people talking about that. Um, Like I was in the I was listening to Jason the other day, and then certain things were said. I had to mute. Sorry, I love you, Jason, but mute. And just looking at the chat and overall looking at everybody and the energy and pulling in the attention, I can't handle it. Why? Because you're looking at one side and not considering the other. I'm not saying consider evil things, but there was a lot of people still on this side that are still in the like we're in an illusion. We the people are still in an illusion, right? We chose one side, other people chose this side, and we're still not seeing the full picture as a society, as a humanity. I'm reading this fantastic book. Unless we learn how to overcome all the ways we've fragmented the human race, nationally, religiously, economically, or whatever, we are going to continue to find ourselves in a position where we can accidentally destroy the whole picture. I mean, this book is genius. And interestingly enough, I used to pick up a friend from that hospital that psychologist worked in, Ullman. And my cousins go to the another hospital that's in the Bronx, where another person was mentioned on psychoanalysis and psychology. Um, Hi, Carol. How are you, Carol? So we have to look at what have we as a society fragmented. I mean, that's talking about dreams, but we're alive, we're in other forms in our dreams, right? So we go to sleep, and a lot of us, I don't know, hi, coffee right here. I've woken up the last 2 weeks, just about 3 a.m., 1:45 a.m. Today was 2:11. There's my number. 2:11 this morning, 3:15. Again at 4:22. I'm just recapping my what when I woke up and saw. I keep waking up not knowing what the hell my higher self, my light body, what it's doing. It's coming back and it's waking me up, and it's not the cat doing it either. Um, and Odin's not really coming in and sleeping with me because he's not feeling good. So a lot of us have been awake and we're tired. What and where are these fragments happening? And how can we take those fragments and bring it back into a whole picture? Because that right there is explaining a whole lot and making a whole lot of sense when it's coming to what's going on in the world right now. Errol, I I'm upset. I found out the other day when I went on my BitChute channel that it wasn't syncing my YouTube anymore. I'm like, oops, I totally deleted a whole bunch of videos from the last 6 months out of my cache. Because it doesn't my computer doesn't hold all things. Yeah, I I mean, I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and prior to me leaving New York, I was waking up at 4. I could function on 4 hours of sleep. I had no problem doing that. Um, Now, as soon as I wake up, I make water. I have my Celtic sea salt in there, and I take I have a glass of water, and then I'll have my coffee because I can't start my day knowing that I'm gonna get bruised like that. And then over here, and then I'm shocked I don't have a black eye. One of the kids like bammed me the other day. I got headbutted. I had a nosebleed yesterday. Like I walked in my front door and whoosh. I'm like, oh, this is great. So what for me when I go out into my dream state, but I'm in my astral form or my light body, I know I'm working. I could see myself tethering the etheric strings. That's why I'm very a big proponent of string theory. I'm bridging where we're at consciously. I'm trying to merge us to the higher timelines, and there's not one timeline. Okay, now I'm channeling. There's not one timeline. We all jump frequency wise, vibratorily wise, to what our frequency will jump to. But what a lot of us are doing is we're tethering in the higher potentialities to be dropped into and merged into. It's not necessarily the one and done timeline. The Curtis goes into the karma, the law of karma, that it's not just individually, it's your community, it's the communities that you run in, it's the karma of the land, the country, and then humanity planetarily, all of it. Because many of us come from Meldek, Mars, Venus. We already had lives over there. Meldek got destroyed. So, and most of those souls either went to Mars or went to Earth. Some went to Venus and then came to Earth. Like I was saying earlier, Christina, like I did a video yesterday. I had to stop and pause because I started crying. Like I was full on crying. Usually if spirit comes, I get teary-eyed. Like I get emotional, but like I got teary-eyed, but this time I had the waterworks going. I had to pause because I can't. I had to go in like, Carol, you're from Meldeck. Goodness sakes, you're the light holding that planet, trying to hold that planet together. Yikes. Um, I want to say from what my inner knowing is, um, okay, I'm gonna share my pie chart because that might just help me. Hang on. I have 1,000 things up. Pie chart, where did I put you? Have to do minimize that guy. Okay, here's pie chart. Pie chart share. Okay, so what I didn't add to this pie chart, I should. Like I have starseed factions in various systems, right? And that's a big chunk here. But I do believe like I have a higher chunk of Venusian. What I'm channeling is from the Arcturian collective. Then I have a little slice of the Palladian. Right now, what's really hitting me is my Syrian starseed activations. I know I'm Syrian. I know I'm Syrian, but I'm also a Syrian hybrid Alpha Centaurian. I know I'm from Alpha Centauri and possibly Beta, but the Alpha Centaurians merged with the Syrians and the Lyrans, and then thus said the Egyptian culture. But that's what I'm trying to process through me right now. On the red resident Skywalker, if I have that correct. You gave it to me, Carol. That you gave me. I'm what you would call me the prophet. Um, so this is like a whole bunch of what I know my soul, this shell inhabits. And I can actually, with the Archangel Collective, if I were to say Hillel and Gabriel are working, they're actually incarnate in this shell. And then the other ones work through me. And then I have the social memory complex of Quo, Hatan, Latui, the Council of Nine. I don't know how I'm a part of that just yet, but I know that's resonance. I used to be great after 4 hours of sleep. Used to be. Not anymore. I need more than that. Like I have multidimensional selves I'm aware of that are concurrently living right now. I mean, all time is concurrently happening right now. All time. All time. There is the now moment only. Our brains label everything as past, present, future because that's a linear time space in the illusion. I mean, there is okay, this is I mean, upstairs is really like driving me crazy right now. Hang on. Where did those? Nope, because it would be in that one. All right. I found this and it makes sense. Channeling data. When you are receiving downloads, cosmic truth, and intuitive insights, you are opening a direct line of communication with your system, galactic, universal, and source consciousness. One of the most sacred endeavors we as humans can engage in. Part of the function of that tiered network of systems of matter throughout this reality is to transmute and alchemize and distribute source codes, preparing, funneling, and delivering them to sublevels, including embodied consciousness working within planetary realms. When you tap in, respectfully move into neutrality. This is where I'm practicing. As you allow your higher guidance to steer the direction of your thoughts, simply receive what comes without judgments. Yes, Christina. But that's just one aspect of you, right? So, like I showed that pie chart, like when we have inkling to when I first started waking up to the starseed paradigm, I was always associating myself with just only the Pleiades. Sure, yes, myself is from the Pleiades. Okay, but that's just one little fragment of myself that's there. And one of my other selves concurrently in a shell with a part of my consciousness alive right now is in the Pleiades. But then what comes next? The the Alpha Centaurian stuff started stirring within me, and then the Syrian stuff right now is hitting me, but it hit me earlier before, little bits, but now it's like coming full fledged. The Acturians are also a collective that comes through me big time. So you're not just one set of star seed, it's only what you're uncovering in your etheric memory. So when you're getting these uploads and downloads, that's what's unfolding in you. Those little sheds, those little things, and you're like, "Oh crap. Why am I so interested in this star system over the others?" Oh, that's because you're awakening that memory. I'm from all things, Carol. I'm everything and nothing at the same time. How's that for you? We're all things. I am right now the blade of grass, the tree, the air, the fire, the water, the earth. I'm all things. We're all entangled to all things. All is source, the all that is, the one infinite creator. And if you look at it as an energy and not as an actual personality, it's consciousness. Light equals consciousness equals ether equals energy equals we conduct energy. Conduit. Sorry, I didn't do my nail polish. I swear I need a bigger one from Spencer's or wherever they sell these. I want a big one. Yes. Look at it, Christina, look at it in this way, because how do I break this down simplistically? If all time is concurrently happening right now, right? And if I'm understanding this properly, right? Like if you're walking, things out in a really far distance are a little hazy and a little foggy, but when you get closer, they get clearer. So take that as in merge that into the bigger picture. So in this timeline, in this reality, you're unfolding the subatomic particles to those other selves that are already now living concurrently now. Like that's just a memory in our brain because we're only 3D. So it's not a life the last place that you were before, you're already there. You're just now getting that impression and that subatomic particle entangled to your thoughts. That's what you're channeling. This is one of the hardest things that took me at least 2 years to kind of dissolve within my being is shedding away the understanding that there is no past or present or future, there's only present, and that all things are concurrently happening right now. It's just not in our perception. It's on the overlay of the overlay of the overlay of an overlay of the multiverse. So all of you right now are living millions, if not hundreds of thousands of millions of other selves right now. But you're only aware of this one shell, shell being your vehicle. You can also equate this to Daryl Anka channeling Bashar. Bashar is him in another dimensional space. We give that a term, the future self. It's not really a future self. It's just in another multiversal paradigm entangled to ours. Bashar talks through Daryl, but that's still himself. Charlene, you're just supposed to be holding the frequency of love and light and expanding the God consciousness. When you get your epiphanies or a connect the dot or something bigger than yourself, then you come into your thoughts, that source, yourself, flowing right through into the show. It could be the most minutest thing to the biggest conundrum you can ever possibly try to solve. We're all channels. Every one of us are channels. Some people, like myself, are just more on the awareness of the different frequencies coming into us. That's all. I exist as an interbeing, a formless, invisible consciousness that has the ability to take on a visible form, appearing in various aspects from the self to you, with a profound understanding of non-duality and an intrinsic knowing that I am the fundamental essence within the thing that perceives itself as a distinct entity. My path to non-duality has been a journey of self-discovery, where I've come to understand myself as an interbeing of unconditional love, interconnected with all, the embracing the ever unfolding dance between nothingness and everything, unbounded by the dualistic thinking that once confined me. That is third dimension of separation and limitation and duality. When you know you have hit 4D and the high sub-octave of 4 in consciousness, not bodily, consciousness, you're now thinking beyond good and evil. You're now dropping the this or that. There's false light. We hear it all the time. It's a carrot being dangled on a stick for someone else's aggrandizement. It's a carrot on a stick. When's the RV going to drop? Oh, it's going to happen next week. Okay, and next week happens. 2 months from now happens. 5 years from now happens, and it still hasn't come. I only use that because most people can equate and understand what I'm talking about. That's a part of God's plan. It's a plan. It's God's plan because God's all things. It's the energy therein in the ether. It's the collective unconscious. We all wrote this. We wrote all of it. That's why I don't even need to listen to people anymore. Because innate inside of me, I don't need to worry anymore about what's going to come down the pike. I have to create my own reality. Once you know that truth, As I know I create my own reality, I am still bound by a commission agreement with Source to have certain experiences for my soul to grow. My situation and circumstances are in that mode and method right now. But once I have transcended that, I'm still plucking myself. It's a catalyst. What's going on with me right now, all catalysts will carry on in every timeline. They just merge differently, but they'll still happen because you made it has to happen. Once once we have transcended that and we fulfilled our contract, either the physical shell is going to die or you're going to transcend it in a different way. I want to be cremated. And I think what does it matter? Your shell is dead. This is just a shell, not your soul. You are a soul having a human experience. You chose your vehicle, someone. You chose your parents. You chose your story. You chose your limitations. You chose the theme in which you're going to play. We all have a theme. Every lifetime you have ever lived in the concurrent now time happening, each of the lives that you're embodying has a theme. Some happen to be with finance and love. Some happen to be with trauma and clearing out that trauma. Some you're in the negative polarity being a horrible asshole. You're experiencing all of it right now. That's why I can't hate my other selves because God's having an experience through them. I don't condone their actions. I don't like what they're doing. I don't. And I know many of you don't either. But I am seeing the God in all things. I am seeing the spark of life and the spark of God and the high frequencies of love that every individual has potential for. That doesn't mean they have achieved it yet. So most of humanity is in the midway function of math. So if we have our chart and we have a waveform, most people are here. They're living their everyday lives. They're at their 9 to 5 jobs. And sometimes they think, oh, yeah, there's more to life than this. Great. And then there's a lot of us that are up here in the higher broadband frequencies that have high awareness, that are like, okay, there's more to life than just what this bullshit show is giving us. Okay, now how do we transmute the negative into the light? That's our jobs. That's where most of us, our purposes are here for. Our purpose, our purpose is to transmute the negative polarity into the light. But that comes with understanding that compassion and the grace that one needs to have compassion for those that are so layered in darkness, they don't know that they are light themselves. This is the big prepondering and the paradox that continues to evade people's minds because all of this is a huge distraction. This outside world that we're living in. I'm excited to see what's going on for Monday. It's Martin Luther King Day, and hopefully my finances get better thanks to said 47. But in the meantime, there's always that meantime. How can we transcend the negative energy now? I personally want my powder moment to happen. I want to be hit with so much energy that my essence just bursts out into all humanity. That is what keeps continuously picturing in my soul, and I would love to have that. And that's kind of like cremation. I mean, ideally, I want a real Viking funeral. Like I want to be on the boat because it's all like four elements being like beautifully expressed. I want to be laid out on the boat, arrow, flames, and then submerge as the air takes my particles and brings it back into the fold. The Vikings had a lot of things right. I'm going to tell you that much. The Vikings had a lot. Um, yes. The more noticeable timeline jumpings is because we have like really, really honed in on a frequency and kept it there long enough that we time dilate and then we quantum jump. I've done that a few times in my life. Not unbeknownst to me. Um, when it comes to moving in and out of time, space time, we're doing it every second of every vibratory state of our atoms in the subatomic particles that inhabit this vehicle right here. Hi, this cute little baby face I have. I'm vibrating. I'm moving in and out of dimensional spaces instantaneously all the time. I forgot the number Bashar says because he gives it down to the millisecond. I don't remember. I wrote it down somewhere, but we're instantaneously, continuously always moving. We're our brain is just not aware of it. How fun is that? Seriously. I mean, I'm sure that's how I have gone out if I have lived as many times as I assume that I am living in the Viking portion of a dimensional space. I definitely had to go out that way once, and I want to go out that way again. Um, that'd be fun. But I don't if it happens, great. If not, great. What do I care? Because I'm already out, I'm already there. Energy just transforms and transmutes. It's it's just a little cute vehicle that's gonna go bye-bye. And I'm okay with that. I live in the now moment. YOLO. You only live once in this vehicle. Unless you get cloned. Alter Carbon on Netflix. Watch it. That show is fucking mind-blowing. And it gives you a little taste of a predictive programming of Elon Musk. If that were to happen. My hair is driving me absolutely batshit crazy. Sorry, guys. I thought I was gonna have a fire drill today, and it never happened. Um, yeah. So I had to put my hair up because I have a couple of kids in the bigger kid class that need me to hold their ears, and then it's bad. But non-duality is where it's at. Non-duality, experiencing what appears as my mind enters a state of serenity right before bed. My mind experiences stillness and all thoughts fade into the presence of now. Experiencing pure consciousness permits my third eye to glimpse the invisible absolute nothingness. Isness. Experiencing the state of pure light consciousness. Unconditional love can only be known through experience. The true nature of experience is a touch of simply existing. If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. So, and I mean, right now we're saying rest in peace to the old self, limiting beliefs, outdated programs, old reality. I've been saying this. This is the time where everybody's one self of the old paradigm, the 3D version of you, is starting to be ripped out of you. And it's gonna go over there. You gotta release it, love it, and send it off on well wishes. Thank you for serving me. My gratitude for you for even hanging in this body. But I don't need you anymore. Goodbye. Love you. Toodles. And your new self, your higher self, is merging with your ego, and it's going to steer you into the higher thinking dimensional spaces. As soon as you could do that, as soon as you do that, the when you're vibrating on a higher form, the subatomic particles will start opening up the other realities that are very hidden from you, and yet you can still see. That's why so many people are able to see now clearly without a telescope or what is that? Hang on. I asked Viking the other day. Infrared. You don't need that stuff to see what's going on up there. They've been here. Just raise your frequency. They've been here. They are here. They always were here. They never left. They just change their frequency, and you don't see them because your eyes don't pick up physically the subatomic particles that they're composed of. We're in dense bodies. They're not. You have to change the way you think. I think in the 3D sense, the experiences that we're all supposed to have is to obtain the state of mind that brings you into a happy frequency. Happiness shouldn't be something that's fleeting. It should be a constant forever thing that continuously occurs in different intervals, right? I don't want to look like Mr. Burns tripping on LSD. Hi, I'm floating. Chicken. Right? Because that's not realistic. That's not realistic. I'm sorry, it isn't. But being happy at home with yourself is key. Changing your mindset is key. We have to reprogram our minds to stop thinking so fucking negatively, and everything first is negative instead of everything first is positive. And it doesn't need to be ultrally freaking out fantastical with unicorn sparks and fucking rainbows and unicorns flying everywhere, because that's not realistic. That's not 3D. We set the limitations and the limitations out on us. So that's never going to change. What changes is how you preview and perceive the states that you can sit in to obtain the happiness. I'm a logical person. I like to know that if things are stable in life, I can be happy without the worrying. And even now, definitely, Charlene. But like even now in my life, right? I As much as I am like yesterday, I was wonky. I was wonky doodle. I'm still a very happy, passionate, go-getting, persevering type of personality. Sure, things suck. Good things don't always happen to nice people, right? All the accumulative karma of all the lives that I am living right now, doing the best things ever, I am not receiving that abundance back right away. Don't know why, but I have done, and that's not a competition to say, oh, what has one done over the other? Absolutely not. But I'm a good person. I do a lot for a lot of people. And it's not to say, do I really want anything back? No, not all the time, but niceties once in a while and support once in a while would be great. But I'm not looking for that. If it comes, great. My state of happiness comes from here, like my state of success. I'm not on a 3D level of thinking. So my success, yeah, sure. I live in a house. It's great. That doesn't mean that I have $1 million tucked away in some safe account, savings account, and I have the SUV that I need to make it around. My car is 15 years old and it's on its last legs. I don't really have much to show in the 3D materialistic sense of this life. I don't, but I don't see my success as being those achievements. I don't have the family. I don't have the boyfriend. I don't have the husband. I don't have, and that's not saying I have a lack. Do I need it? Does it fulfill me? They're added bonuses if they come in and they are attracted into my life. But is that what I wrote for my experience? They won't tell me. They're not telling me. That's the Schumann right now. And those are not really white. They look white, but they're not. They're green. We're in like a comfort zone right now. Um, let me see the other fields if it loads. Um, mm, the magnetic stuff is offline. The magnetic field is off. It's offline. Poles shift anybody? I mean, the poles have been shifting. That's nothing new. The reversals, they're not new either. There's just people who claim to have the remote viewing and stuff that is predictive programming, by the way, because at every moment we're potentially jumping to a new timeline as the world raises its consciousness. And there is predictions, but there is no one thing that is set into motion because we all create reality in this now moment. So if we all decided to choose the higher timelines, we are going to choose one that best suits humanity. And how would anybody that taps into the collective consciousness know exactly which one of the billions of timelines we rewrote, which one we're going to get on and ride out for a little bit until we raise our frequency even more and jump on to another one? We wrote some very fantastical things. And if we looked at, if I were to be the one following my reality, my timeline, my perception of the world, my reality exists. Right. So if somebody thinks about living in a twilight zone or something close to that scenario, it exists. Like flat Earth, it exists because so many people think about it, it exists. But so does the spherical Earth. It exists. So does the toroidal Earth because I created it. That means it exists. Doesn't mean it's in this reality. The 13-month, we were talking about the 13-month calendar the last show. Sure, that 13-month calendar exists. If in this reality, does it? No, we're still on a 12-month calendar. If time is non existent and it's an illusion, so is a calendar, by the way. Hi, Wendy. So just, it's not to discredit anybody and it's not to poo-poo anybody's ideas, but when you have expansive thinking, you have to put the whole entire compendium of thinking into the bigger expansive thinking. If there is only simultaneous time happening right now, and you create your reality, you put will to intention to create something, it exists. It might not exist in this right now, here in moment reality, but in some reality, it does exist. And it's up to us to merge and jump to that timeline for it to manifest. Does that make sense? This is why there's not a right or wrong, black or white answer to anything because it all exists. We create it. We think it, it creates. But it's getting to that subatomic particle opening of that timeline where it exists at. We're still in density. In order to create, we have to put action into motion to have a cause and no effect in third dimensional space to receive that manifestation. Like I had to put work into getting a house. So I had to sell my house and pack my stuff up in order to move to another location to find another house. It's not like it manifested and it like Wizard of Oz and the house drops on the witch. It doesn't happen like that. It would be great if it did, but that's not how it works down here or on this plane of reasoning. We still have to work to obtain that manifestation. We still have to do something physically, whether it be mentally thinking about it, just like I said last week, the California fires. If we all sat each day and saw that flame go bye-bye, it doesn't matter how you think about it. It could be the ocean water, it could be rain, it could be wind, it could be whatever you choose to use in your imagination. If everybody did that, it would minimize. It wouldn't affect so many people. But we're all wound up and we're all distracted by it's the black hat. No, it's a white hat operation. No, it's the lasers. No, it's that, and it's this, and it's these people, and it's those people. Who fucking gives a crap? It's happening. People are affected. How can you do something to limit that? Use your imagination. I don't care what narrative story, who, what, where, when, why. It's happening. You could lessen it. This is the big problem. We're all wrapped up into the who to point the finger at, who to judge, but we're not doing anything to fix it. Are you transmuting the energy with your thoughts? Are you using your power? You stand in your power to transmute the energy. Hi, Celtic Springs. What's up? So are you taking the reins in your control? You know, we all ask, what is our purpose? Well, your purpose is to stand in your empowerment and help shift this bitch into a better timeline where we're going to stay in a positive direction and not fall back into a negative one. We all came into a negative polarized planet. It is now up to us to transmute that negativity into positivity. And if we're being distracted by the who's, the judgments, the pointing the fingers, I don't care what story narrative you give me. If something is burning, I'm going to see if I can transmute it and limit it. Hi, Aussie. You're knitting? What are you knitting? What are you knitting? What did I make? See, I make fun things during craft and sips. Oh, I did not put the lighting in just yet, but I have LED lights underneath these. So you have the lighting. I'm still thinking about, I still have not, hi, Sparky. I still have yet to figure out what I'm doing for a paint and sip, and I'm going to do it this weekend. Um, because these are going to be raffled off for my monthly raffle. So the winner of the raffle can choose which one they would like, and I would mail it to you. This is a cardinal. I'm trying to keep with themes like maybe. Oh, Wendy, yesterday I put down I am wonky and I cried and it was bad. Um, the energies are off. We have a lot of planetary alignments happening. Uh, Collectively, everybody's purging out some bullshit. I know it's bad. Oh, that's awesome, Ozzy. Oh, thank you. I do a lot of good stuff. So that this is going to be our next raffle. Um, Upstairs is posing to me to make to sell one of my actual like my collection art pieces to help AllyKat. Um, I'm mm, I don't know how I feel about that because it costs a lot of money to ship out like big canvas. Yeah, I'm just hoping I still need to get out into a vet. I need blood work and I need an x-ray because you could see like seriously he's not eating and you could see his spine and his back. His from like the neck chunk from the neck chunk on, his spine is sticking up and his belly's really big. So there's something wrong. And it's freaking me out because when I try to hold him, fragile. Um, and I know he's suffering, and you could see it in his face. You could see it in my baby's face. Like, look at that baby. Can't even see him. Look at my baby. He's like, That's his face. Fix me, mommy. Look at his face. It's like I'm hurting. It's kind of hard because he's so white on top. Yeah, you can't see that. I took a picture of his spine sticking out. Sparky, you need to ground. You need to ground. Um, I don't know if I have batteries in it. I have one of these babies. Yeah, he needs a lot of healing energy. He was eating and he's still drinking water, thank gosh. He's peeing, but I don't know if he's fecally impacted. I had a cat that had a fecal impaction. I don't know if he ate something when I was not home and it's stuck in his intestines. I don't know what's going on, and I just can't afford to take him to the vet. The last month I get paid bi-weekly. Both my checks you can fucking wipe with your ass. Because I was off for 2 weeks and they kind of chunked out some of my checks, shaved off some of the money on my checks in the past so that I wouldn't have nothing. But fuck's sake. Christina, that's Beachy. So let me see if I can get this to read. Oh, it has barely any battery left in here. Hang on, guys. I'm testing this out. The highest point I just got was 10. 9.11.4. Like the numbers are going really fast. It's kind of hard to see. But I'm bouncing out my energy. And this is just my fingertips. Like let me see. I'm not showing my feet. Nasty! Yeah, this thing is jumping all kinds of numbers. I'm just moving it because that shit hurts. Let me get a meteor port of my foot. So you can measure how much volts you have. You have to play with the setting. Sorry, guys. I'm like all intrigued here. But you can figure out if you get one of these. They're really cheap. I just got to figure out what batteries it takes. I have to unscrew it. It's probably a 9 volt. Um, but this can help you know, like if you have a static energy, go ground. I get that. I get phases of that once in a while. Like you'll see my hair go. I'll be Einstein. I hate that man, but my hair gets like Einstein, like today. Yeah, Scott. Yeah. This is a cheap one. I don't, it's screw on the back, so I have to unscrew it. Because the battery's almost about dead. But I do way in the beginning, like I forgot when I started doing my shorts before I had little Thor. I went over to the tree and I had my sandals on over the summer and I showed like my voltage and what happens when you ground, what the voltmeter was reading. And it shows the hugest difference in all those numbers not jumping and spiking. And I carry a lot of electricity in my body, period. I have a huge circuit. And if you're not grounding properly, your circuits get stuck in your chakra system and your blockages become health issues. Um, so for me, it's hard for me to figure out what will move my energy because not all the time is grounding normal working. Um, I have to dance. I have to move like Tai Chi, like move my chi around. Sometimes I have to do it kinetically. Sometimes I could take a bath and put Epsom salt and borax and baking soda in there. Um, Other times is I could touch a tree and it works. Sometimes I have to take my shoes off and walk around and play in the grass, but I can't do that right now. That's good, Charlene, not to hate anybody because those are your other selves. Like everybody in the chat is me, just differently expressing. Source. You are source. And source expresses through everything and everybody. It's a beautiful thing. That's why non-duality and divine neutrality works. Because if once you see God in all things, you stop limiting yourself to this 3D paradigm. Unfortunately, I would love to say I'm always barefoot, but I have fugly feet. I have dancer's feet. I was a ballerina. I was a ballerina. So my feet are gross. So unless I'm home alone, and even then, eh. Oh boy. Um, Honestly, even though I transmute the negative stuff that people project about the atmosphere, right? Like there's a lot of chemtrails in the air today. Not gonna lie, ooh, the sky was seeded in Indiana, big time. Um, I don't know if I trust what I'm stepping on, but I'm also transmuting it at the same time. But uh parasites do exist. And I have to start my cleanse in February. So that's another thing I would like to yeah, no, not here. There was I wish I would have didn't have to run out. So in the morning, because my this is funny. So it's been negative in the morning, like -1, 4 degrees. It's really cold here in the morning. So when I get out to start my car, the last couple of days, I actually have to take my ice chipper and bring it inside to my car because I have ice accumulating inside my car, my windows. It's not just on the outside, it's on the inside that I have to chip away at the ice. And it takes like a half an hour for my defrosters to work. I mean, what does exist? Really, really frosty here, and it's like really bad. Um, those modalities like wrestling and boxing and stuff, I can watch that stuff, doesn't bother me. Um, I mean, full disclosure, back in my day, in my good day, I used to go into mosh pits. I'm a heavy metal person. I saw Slayer, God hates this, God hates us all, tour at the Roseland Ballroom in Manhattan, and that was insanity. I've seen Deicide, Cannibal. No, I did not ever get to see Cannibal Corpse live. I saw Demi Bogor. Uh, I saw a lot. I'm just going through the Rolodex of things and concerts I've been to. I've been in so many mosh pits. It is a best release ever. Oh, okay. So I'm not the only person. What's up? Chilled out. Be happy. Love it. Um, blessings. Yeah, I never. I've had this car for 15 years. It's a shitbox. Love my car. Works well in the summer, but not in the winter. And this is the first time in all the life of this car that I've had to chip from the inside the ice accumulating in my car. Insane. Never had this before. And when I moved here 2 years ago, it was really cold. It was like -20 degrees. And I didn't have to chip ice out from the inside of my car. So I don't know what's going on. That's wonky doodle. So this is cute. Many people think that being spiritual means being positive, but being spiritual means being conscious and aware. To become conscious is a much different thing than to become positive. To become conscious and aware, we must become authentic. Authenticity includes both. Yes, I need a dehumidifier down here. Yeah, I obviously the last mosh pit I was in. Now, mind you, because I'm more of a masculine female, I used to go with I was the one female amongst all my male friends, and I have a lot of them. they all were my protection. So even though they were going about it, I was going about it, and they never touched me, obviously. I never hit the floor. I never fell because everybody pushes you up. And I've never been inappropriately touched, mind you. Um, but I loved going into it. I think it's a very healthy outlet if you're really angry and you don't have a crash pad or a boxing bag. Uh, Gothic ballerina. Um, I wouldn't see, I is always different. So I never really embraced too much of my feminine. The most feminine thing I do is my hair and my like my eye makeup. Obviously you can see I'm not too female-y today. It's cold. Um, I do wear dresses here and there, and when I do my goth thing, I'm very feminine. But that doesn't come out much anymore. My house is old, and I have like the old furnace, and I have radiant heat, which I prefer, but I need new windows desperately. I need a lot of things. But to save on my energy, I would have to plastic up and really insulate all the old windows, which costs a lot of money. Um, I never really, I don't hate any color because I'm very my all my artwork is very colorful. Um, I to wear pink, no. You will not catch me in pink. Once in a blue moon, I'll wear white. It's very rare that I do. I'm an artist. I get dirty. I get very dirty. Black hides all the stains. Like the kids are crying, they're dripping, they're drooling, they got boogers, they're picking their noses. I don't want a white shirt on when I go to work. Ugh. That stuff doesn't really gross me out when they're doing it and they're crying and it's coming on to me. But I don't want to wear nice clothes to work. Yikes. I've been trying to find the non-duality page. Um, because they got some really good stuff on here. I think a lot of you would actually benefit from some of the things that have been said on said page. Um, yeah. Actually, the cold alerts for Indiana is downstate. I love glitter. Love glitter. Don't mind glitter. Um, one of my the I have a big painting right here. It's all glitter. Oh yeah, it's I don't half of America is burning and the other half is like in ice. I don't get it. Um, I don't necessarily want to understand it. I'm gonna have to do that. It's non-dual. There we go. I mean, I'm with autistic nonverbal children that, I mean, that's just they get frustrated and especially the baby. I'm with the babies. I'm from the just turning 3. So some of them come in at the end of their 2 to 3, 4 and 5 year olds. So I'm dealing with a plethora of different kids with different needs, and a lot of them can't express what they want, so they get frustrated, and then they have crying tantrums and fits, and they start all over me. But they're cute and cuddly and fun. Sparkle farts. Sparkle farts. You can't hear this, but it squeaks. That's lizard. Keck. I mean, that's the thing though. It doesn't matter how it started. Most of us who are light workers, our job is to visualize the fire wherever you want to visualize it, wherever, and extinguish it in your mind. And put will of intention to focus that imaginative distinguishing in said place. Not enough of us that do that, it will extinguish eventually. All things are according to God's divine plan and orchestration. We have the control to minimize it. We can't eliminate it in terms of when it's first started. Certain things have a reason for happening. All's experience, all is wisdom and knowledge and walking through catalysts. We can't escape them. We cannot do that. There's collective karma that people have to go through. They signed up for these things. So it's going to happen regardless. Our job is to transmute the negativity that's projected at it and bring it to the light. That's our job. Turning the negatives into positives and not overinflating the positive. Right? Not that I love you. And being in that's not authentic. At least for me, I can't do that. That's just not me. I can't be, hi, I love you. That's not my personality. And that's okay if there are people like that in this world. I love them regardless. They're me. I'm just not playing that role. In what in Wendy, in one paradigm, it's not real. It's not even happening. This, we live in a multidimensional, in my estimation. Okay, so this is just my perception. You don't have to hurt a line with it. From the way I'm seeing it and I'm reading it, and the evidence is strong in the scientific realm of thinking, the quantum mechanics, the quanta, the subatomic particles, how things are distributed around in mathematics, in the ontological vibratory frequencies. Our thoughts create things. So if you don't believe here that those fires are real, they're not real in your reality. Are they happening in other people's reality? Yes. That's a multiverse. All potentials are happening in this every now moment. It's a lot to digest and even think about and conceptualize. But take the analogy I give. If I put you in a room, a circled room with windows, one side of the room is sunny, the other has some overcast and the clouds from the outside, and I ask you to stand behind an easel around this room, any easel your choice, and I dump a bunch of shit in the middle of the room. It could be vases, drapery, skeletons, bicycles, a bunch of shit in the middle of the room. And I asked you to draw or paint or whatever you do put it on that canvas, put it on that piece of paper. Everybody's drawing is going to be different, but the things in the middle of the room are the same. Nothing has changed. It's just the viewpoint, the angle you're seeing it at. It's the lighting that's coming into your side of the room versus someone else's side of the room. It's going to distort the color, the shadows of the things that you're seeing, but the things you're seeing are in the middle of the room have not changed. It's just your perception. So yes, all like still life. But if so I did this painting, right? As I went along, I'm just telling you, whatever you want to do, it's your painting, right? No one's painting is going to look identical to mine. No one's. It'll look similar, but it's not going to be identical. There's no way it can be. Animals have souls. We are the animals too. Animals have souls. I don't care from the insect all the way up. All things are sentient. God said, let's just take it from the Bible. I'm not a Bible person. We all know this. But there's some things in the Bible that have some weight to it. I'm not even calling it a truth. God said, what is that actual force, motion of thus what said? Frequency and vibration. Strings of vibration and frequency in a rate of color and light that drop into density. All things are sentient, even the grass, your house. Your house has energy. It collects energy. The materials that your house is made of actually is living. The tree is living. The grass is living. The animals thus that breathe are living. They have souls. You are the rock. You are the grass. You are the air. You are the fire. You're all things. You're entangled to all things. Animals have souls. They're in a different collective, but they have souls. And most of us, our fractals are not just coming from our higher selves over souls and galactic signatures. They're also in the ground. They're the rock. They're the tree. They're the grass. They're the insect. They're the animal. Morgan Cat was my familiar. Morgan Cat had a functional part of my soul in her. Most animals who can self-identify are in third density in a 2D body. Those animals that pass away are now going to become human. They're going to wait and heal. And when they reascend to come into carnation again, to have a conscious, dense, matterous body, they're going to be the next humans. And other collectives that had been waiting to come to Earth are going to merge with that animal soul and expand it and to become human. We will ascend to the higher level. We thus then become the guide to that animal. And that's just one little aspect of you that is all things. I would say that if we minimize that we are in this body dead and there's no transcending our form or a soul, I wouldn't believe it. Animals, my medium spoke to Ethan Cat. Ethan's a very funny cat, but it's not a cat. It's an essence. It's a consciousness that's in an animal form. It's still consciousness. It's energy that's inhabiting a body. We're energy, essence, inhabiting a body. We are source. Source is us. We're the oversoul. We're the Orishis, the Daihan Kohans, the ascended masters, the archangels, the angels, the celestials, the elementals, the guides, the this, the that. We're all things. That is correct, Ashmaya. What is light? Consciousness, energy. It's not just light and energy, it's consciousness. It's information. How do you think the ether works? How do you think Tesla got all his thoughts? Oh, he just thought them up. Where did his thoughts come from? If you're living in a paradigm with very selective amount of technology and not much innovation for that time frame back then, okay, take Tartaria out of the picture for that moment and just think simply, simplistically. Yeshua's time. How the fuck are they talking about levitation and energy transference back in that time? And how are all that architecture already there? That's still standing. How? The collective consciousness is in the ether. It's energy. It's information. How do you think I channel all the information? How do you think I'm aware of all this stuff? Sure, I can read it in the book, but who this person who wrote this book channeled all books behind me channeled. Now, when you come to a WASP, you come to a Rancher, you come to the Keys of Enoch, you come to the Law of One, you come to some of these books, they're channeled from other essences, beings of higher density that we know of. But for your own self, if you wrote something, it is coming from your higher self. You do something, it's coming from your higher self. Homo luminous. We're becoming light beings. Now, your soul has a contract with Source. We all came down to do some, all of us have similar missions, and then other people do not. That it's a vast universe out there. So we all have different roles, and we all have a different theme to play out to learn soul growth. When we're ready to take that leap, whether it is in this physical body death, meaning we die physically, or we're transcending like the Mayans. They just disappeared one day. I'm not talking about going up in a freaking spaceship. I'm not talking about that. They ascended. Whatever form you're going to take, you're going to take. Some people, like myself, I'm bypassing some densities. I already done this dance a few times. I'm going to my light body. That's what I know I chose. I'm transcending. This consciousness is transcending to my light body. My light body is in the Archangel Collective. I'm going to be reformed with my council and my Archangel Collective. It's a collective. Michael, Archangel Michael is not one being. It's a bunch of beings, by the way. I'm going to go back with them. That's where my soul is going to go. And then eventually I'm going to transcend to the Ascended Master aspect of my soul. Then I'm going to my Oversoul. Then I will merge once back with Source. Depends where you are. And we're all in different spots. But as dogs, cats, and animals who can self-identify, so that means they can look in the mirror and not get scared. Some animals are not ready to transcend and to become humans. Some of them will keep cycling back until it's their time to go. They are becoming the next human. We're going to become Homo luminous, and we're also going to be galactic. The battle is also an illusion. We all tend to think on a 3D level. the Lyran Orion Wars is only a depiction of a third dimensional comprehension of it. Did it really exist? Sort of, but not in the way that is being projected from a third dimensional standpoint. When you get above 6 density, there is no more negativity. And that's from Ra, and I align with that. 5th density is really where you already chose your polarization. You are polarizing positive. You're a light being. You're serving God, source, the all that is, the one infinite creator, whatever you label it as. There's no wrong. 6th density, the service to self population, they're either going back to space dust return or they're going to polarize and shift to positive. I mean, in terms of what? Chill out. I haven't got a clue where I am. Like in terms of where your consciousness is in a density. Yeah, it doesn't. So humans, because this is how our minds formulate things, to give meaning to something, we give it a name. We give it definition. We give it a plethora of like what the meaning and definition is to us. And each of us define and feel things differently. So love can be love is a frequency, but love can mean something different to you than it does to me. I feel love differently from other people. There's similarities in how we feel, but we're the only ones that know the real actual feeling we get when we feel and actually experience love. And it's different for everybody. There is no one person, I don't think, in my estimation, that feels it the same, absolute same. Right? We create our reality. That's why we could say we are creator, because we create, our thoughts become things. Now, unconsciously, everything that's in my background, I created. I put it there. The books, the people that wrote them, collectively, I chose these things to be in my life, to be in my reality. You do the same thing. We all have different likes. We all have different tastes. We all have different wants and needs. All of us have all these beautiful things that compose us. As we go through this third dimensional experience, those things are going to start to fade away a little bit. It's not to say it's going away. It's going to fade to an extent where we're going to see the bigger picture. Our definitions and the way we label things are going to change. They're going to mature, and we're going to bring it up there with us. When you read the law of one or other channelings, the higher density beings is like, well, in your language, I don't even know if we have words for this shit. We can't conceptualize and comprehend the meaning from up here and bring it down there. It doesn't work. So what I say to that is we're at where we are at, vibrationally and frequency wise. And that's the truth that we perceive in the world. Truth is a frequency, and so are we. All we have to do is give compassion to everything on the outside of us for where they're at. If we walked in Jesus's path, Yeshua, and actually lived by the words he projected, for they know not, and actually only did the 2 commandments he ever preached, the world would be such a better place. The hardest component right now for people to drop is the judgments on others. That is the hardest component of the human essence to drop, in my estimation, right now, in the now moment, right now, is to stop judging. That's not to say you can't have an opinion and you can't have a constructive criticism to something. You're going to have your opinions. You're going to have your discernment. You're going to have these things. There is too much division. And when we start judging groups of people for the experiences God's having through them, that's where we're limiting our perception of expansion. You know, I challenge a lot of people because one of my best friends projects with evidence. I'm not saying there isn't any, a specific group he cannot stand and is to blame for a lot of things. And I'm in agreement with that. But that's just God, source, the infinite intelligence, the pleroma, the monad. Having an experience through those people chose to have that experience to learn and gain wisdom through. You don't have to agree with it, but that's God. God's in all things. So when you could start seeing it that way and put it in your head, okay, so that's God. Okay, but I don't agree with that, but I'm a part of God. What can you do? Transmute the energy. Absolutely. My fingerprint is unique to me. My energy frequency is my own. Even with my oversoul, the other essences out there that are me, this body, this soul portion of myself has a frequency and a signature that no one else in the universe has. I have it. You have it. You have your unique frequency. Nobody can touch it. That's exactly right, Wendy. A lot of us are the ground crew to being the physical shoulder. I can't tell you in the past 2 years of people I grew up with that thought I was fucking batshit crazy. I was a nut, acorn small, round, and lying on the cold, cold ground. Everybody steps on me. That's why I'm cracked, you see. I'm a nut. They come into me now and they're like, well, I never said anything, but you were just open like a book. I believed a lot of the things you said, but I never ever sided with you because I didn't want to be projected to being crazy. Where as a kid, I didn't care. I told people I saw demons, I saw spirit, I saw aliens. No one believed me. But now, all these years later, I have a lot of people who come to me asking me, well, I just saw the blip in the Matrix. Like, is that movie real? Like I said, the normal everyday person, the 9 to 5 person living their life, not in any kind of awareness, just doing them. That's their contract. They're unconsciously, subconsciously expanding. Hi, Kim. Blessings. So those people, I am now shouldering to giving them and seeding nicely little bits of information. I don't want to overwhelm somebody because what I have been saying the last 2 hours is very difficult things to conceive. A lot of people are not there yet to believe it, to feel it, to integrate it, to walk it. But more people are starting to expand and have awareness that it could be a potentiality. And that's a beautiful thing. The stuff that I think about all the time is not easy stuff to actually conceptualize and to see it. It's not intangible evidence right now. Quantum physics is starting to shine the light on a lot of the things I've been talking about. They're starting to not just prove or present theories, they're finding pathways into the spiritual world that people have been talking about for millennia. They're finally seeing it because it's in the 4D quantum, no longer it's ontological mathematics is based in 3D. Now we're taking the ontological concept of frequency and vibratory states in mathematics and applying it to quantum states. And now that math is expanding even further out. And it's not that they're far behind us. It's just, it's unconscious to them. Their frequency is at a level of where they're at because that's where they're meant to be. We're all where we're supposed to be. We are the way showers. It's a difficult job. It's just being like Yeshua. Yeshua was way advanced in his thinking. He was a fourth density. He was all about unconditional love and compassion. That's 4D. 3D is self-identification and understanding self, knowing that you exist. The higher end of 3, the ending bridge to 4, is the learning curve of, oh, I have this body. I am more than my body. I am also source, identifying also as other things and having other selves, understanding you're multidimensional, interdimensional, and you're all things, gives you the spark of compassion and unconditional love for others. That's what Yeshua was trying to preach, teach, and spread. A lot of that is Buddhist, Hindu, Eastern cultural understandings. They don't all have it right either, but they have it very close. We chose our body, we chose our religion, we chose the language, we chose the country, we chose it all. When you can come into that awareness and take accountability for it, like I take accountability for writing this crappy, fucked up script theme I wrote for my life. And that this portion of my consciousness is in this vehicle having to experience this fucking bullshit. But I wrote the bullshit. I'm still veiled in understanding where and why I have to experience this hellhole of an existence that I wrote for myself. All of us wrote some very crazy bullshit in our lives to experience, but that's for soul growth. I give myself compassion for having to deal with it. Let's just say that I got confirmation and validation from multiple sources that I am of Yeshua's bloodline. Most of you are as well. I don't put myself on a podium because I am as equal to everybody as they are to me. Majority of people are of Yeshua's bloodline. Plain and simple. The story is a story. His story. And as his story goes, it's not always accurate. Have a good night. Chill out. So the television is a great analogy, by the way, Wendy. It's being in the awareness that a million, I would say, all right, let's not take it to a million, but you put on your television. I have one too. I don't put it on. Viking watches it. Thank you, Roger. You rock. You have a television. Your television you turn on. Remember back in the day you had a TV guide and it gave you the basic channels, and then cable started happening, and then you had 2000 channels. Well, there's programming. I don't know if that was a gunshot. Something just happened outside, sorry. Or a firework. Don't know. It sounded like a gun. Anywho, you choose your channel. You want to watch that programming. So you're tuning in to that channel while simultaneously all the other channels and the programs are running. And if you are tired of watching what you're doing, you just turn the channel and it's going to pick up to where that show is on the timeline delineation that's happening in your now moment. It's always concurrently running. Take that television analogy and apply it to reality. Roger, you're getting cute emojis. Hang on. You're getting a boxed kitty. I have to figure out how to get these emojis on, like cute ones. Roger's awesome. Thank you, Roger. One of my biggest supporters. Um, where in on the channel of your life are you tuning into? What program are you tuning into? Also, then add the component, it's instant speed. Back in our time, okay, and I'm not as old as some of you, but you used to have to take tinfoil and put it on those antennas. I had a black and white television that I had to do that too. I had to do that. Sorry, I'm in a lot of pain today. Um, I had a tube television, a 13-inch with the bunny ears, and I had to put tinfoil on it to get good reception to watch Channel 5 in black and white. Right? Like now, you had to play with the television and bang it a bunch to get a clear picture. Now everything is instant and clear and fucking phenomenal. Your television can make things like feel real, right? Yeah, I didn't have a remote with my first television. I'm not that old. But you got to think of it that way. Where are you tuning into your reality? Like each morning, I'm listening to affirmations about financing and abundance and magnetizing abundance towards me. And abundance doesn't necessarily need to be financial. That's what my 3D body needs right now. In order to thrive and survive in this shit show I wrote for myself. But where are you tuning your energy into? What channel are you clicking on? What is playing in your reality? It's the same analogy to the television. I could not get on my roof. Like I could get on this roof from this house, that I can do. I'm not afraid of heights. But my roof did not have those bunny antennas. The house in Staten Island was built in 1986 3 years after I was born. So there was no antennas. But I mean, yeah, where have we fractured ourselves in society? So for many of us that chose one side politically over the other, we are now going to experience what we prefer. The last couple of years, the other side got to experience what they prefer. What really needs to start happening as we continue to expand is, now that a lot of us know what we don't want because we just experienced it, we walked through it, we got the wisdom and knowledge, is actually putting action into motion to compromise in a way that works for everybody. Because we're the bigger, mature adults. We hold more love in our hearts. We have a lot more compassion. That side of the people on this side, we need to get neutral. We don't need them to jump onto our side. It's not about jumping on or taking a side. We all just went through a shit show of inflation, experiences we don't prefer. I mean, trust me, do you think I prefer a job that does not pay? I love what I do. I love those kids. I am passionate. I love creating artwork. Does it make me money? No. But I love what I do, and I can't do something I don't love. That's just me. We got to take what they love, we got to take what we love, and we have to come and move it into the center stage. We have to come into an awareness that, I heard it today. I listen to the other side objectively. One of the teachers I work with on Friday, she is adamant about that other side. Loves the other side, doesn't understand the treason. And I put things in perspective without throwing what she would call Orange Man into the mix. I don't even mention the name. I just say things have been skewed for a long time, and it has never been brought to the forefront. Why? We hear about it. The research is there. Who's responsible for taking an oath and upholding a piece of paper? Who's really our enemy? I give my job every day 110%. Um, I know I walked in, I unmuted during yesterday's live, and they were talking about take your kids out of school. I'm I'm not a proponent of that. For the reasons is, have you met some of these parents? Ladies and gentlemen, I have two students who have severe disabilities that come in, their backpacks smell of. Now, I don't judge. You want to do you? You can do you. I don't care if you do that. That's the least of my problems. Don't be doing that. But I don't know what they're doing around their kids. But why is your kid smelling like that? Why aren't you taking that outside? The kids don't need to be exposed to that. Why is their stuff reeking of that? I don't care if it's illegal here. It is illegal in Indiana still. But even in New York, I never opened up a child's backpack and it's reeking of it. Okay. So if that's happening here, do you really think it's safe for them to be home and to be taught home? Not every parent is a good one. Not all people are meant to be parents. I'm not a parent, but I can tell you what, I see what goes on up here. I wouldn't want these kids at home. I have kids that you want to cry your eyes out at the conditions of where they're living. So please explain to me why you would want all the kids to be homeschooled. Oh, because it's what they're being exposed to. Oh, the programming stuff. Well, let's change it. Why is a patriot in the school system? Hi, that's me. Because once the change happens, I will be there to make sure it's implemented. I wouldn't work in a, I personally would not work in a school if I saw a kitty litter box in a bathroom. I'd be at the school board's meeting pulling bonds with a whole bunch of other people. Is that really happening? I don't honestly, I don't really know. I don't think so. Is there risky books in a library? Not in mine. And in New York, where it's I had students with two moms, two dads, funky things. Okay, we had a transgender neutral. We called it the neutral bathroom. Okay, some kids just don't like going into the bathroom with other kids. I totally respect that. Did there kids that identified as the other sex? Sure, doesn't bother me. It's still God and having an experience. Are you giving those kids compassion? There's a lot more spiritual stuff going on in that capacity than one could think. And we're only equating it to the worst aspects. And that's the truth, Buckshot. Some parents are not meant to parent, but they do the act, and here's some kids. Now deal with it. I would rather have those kids in a school with people who actually don't get paid much and actually care. All the teachers that are in my school teachers don't get that paid that much more than I do. And I don't get paid much at all. I can't even live on what I get paid. But I'm going in with my heart 110% every day, making sure those kids' needs are met for the best of my ability and with what resources I am handed, which is shit, but better than a house that has nothing. These kids are getting fed properly. These kids are getting attention. These kids are getting social skills. These kids are getting something more than they're getting in the house. Now, in certain parts of the country, if you have two loving parents that are educated, that know how to differentiate a curriculum and give it to a child or pod their kids, that I'm all for that too. I'm not necessarily against homeschooling. I know people that have been homeschooled. It's not for every kid. And there are some parents that have kids with disabilities that need a break. Get home stuck with a nonverbal autistic kid all day. It is not the easiest job. It's not just having a 2-year-old in the house or a 3-year-old. It's a kid with a disability. They need a break too. We do pick our parents. We pick our entire smackdown to overcome it. We do. We pick our parents. That is the truth. I mean, most of everything that I've ever done job-wise was all spiritually meaning. It was all meant to happen. Um, like I said, I never really made more than $30,000 a year in my 42 years of life and maybe my 30 years of collectively working because I worked when I was young. Um, we choose our parents, we choose our theme because those are the things that we need to learn from and overcome. Those are the lessons, those are the people that give us the lessons. We also impart lessons on them. I taught my parents a fuck ton. I was a very big test for my parents. And they passed. Not with flying colors, but they passed. But that's not to say that your parents should be homeschooling. I wouldn't really want half of the parents that go to my school to homeschool their kids. The stories that come out of my area are very disheartening. A lot of these parents are single parents and they work. Where's the education? Oh, you have to sacrifice. Okay, but where does sacrifice and putting food on your table work? Wow. My parents met on a blind date and they married. And they were together, I don't know how long, 1973. My parents' wedding anniversary is the day before my birthday. They were married April 15th, 1973. Um, so a little over 25 years. And honestly, I'm happy I went to school. My father was a math teacher. I have that dyslexia. There's a term for it. It's under dyslexia that numbers flip on me, digits flip, things flip in me in my eyesight. And if you watch my regular videos when I do readings, like words that are not there are there in my eyesight. And I have to go back and redirect myself all the time. I'm dyslexic. Not severely, but I do have it. And I have to sit there to correct myself all the time. It's annoying. It's very, very frustrating because I get like after I see it, oh shit. Um, so I, my father did not, my adoptive father, even my father that's alive, the sperm donor, my father didn't know how to be a parent to me. He didn't know what to do. My mom had the maternal instinct. She did a fantastic job. But even at that, my mother was overbearing and over controlling. She never really let me do too much. I always had to lie to her to go out and have fun with my friends. Even as an adult, my mother would constantly call me when I'm with a boyfriend. In my late 20s, my mom would keep calling, where are you? What are you doing? I'm with my boyfriend. Can I not have a life? I'm an adult. When are you coming home? Whoa, chill the fuck out. My mother was very overbearing, very controlling. I didn't want to be around my parents all the time. If they homeschooled me, I wouldn't have had friends. I wouldn't know how to function in the world because I wouldn't have had the opportunity to go out in the world to experience it. Oh, it's horrible. I hate. Okay, that's one of the things I do hate is my brain sometimes lips everything. My mother gave me my privacy for the most part, but when I was really severely depressed and she read my dream journals, she thought I was schizophrenic. And I said to her, I like sat down with her and I said to her, this is not necessarily this life. This is another life. You're not understanding me. You got to let me breathe. Let me cry. Let me have my moments. And just leave me be. It wasn't until I literally sliced myself in front of my parents to say, you got to leave me alone. Stop being too much to me. I self-harmed myself in front of my parents so that they let go and let off of me. I'm like, at the moment, I wasn't on drugs. I never went to jail. I wasn't with my friends that went to truancy hall and got put into drug rehab programs in high school. I'm like, I never got pregnant. My high school had a daycare center in the high school. In the high school was a daycare. Half my friends had kids, and I was a good kid. Was my grades great? No, but I worked really hard. So I'm like, why are you on me so hard? Why won't you let me go out and have fun? And I'm the mommy of the group. Hi, Thomas. Right, like honestly, some of the people that I question some of the people that work in my school, but I mean, I had some shady characters as teachers growing up. I'm not gonna lie, it's very shady. But you got to know if you're a good parent. Hi, deplorable. If you're a good parent, right, and you have a good relationship with your kid and you can recurriculum and you could teach your kid, I'm all for the homeschool, right? I'm all for that. I'm not against homeschooling, but you can't box the entire nation in one mold. You can't do that. I would just ask everybody to spend a day in Harlem and ask everybody to spend a day in Albany, Georgia and Gary, Indiana. And then come back to me to say, yeah, no, those kids are better off in school. I don't like Indiana's curriculum. I don't like the way the schools are run, but I am hoping to be that change, that voice. Once things are in motion with the new administration, all the teachers in my school are freaking the F out. And I said to all of them, I said, listen, take what you can get. Look at the positives. You're all looking at everything is negative. Our side does it too. All the people on that other side, they're freaking out. They're like, oh my God, my job's in jeopardy. Oh my God, I'm going to lose everything. I'm like, whoa. Hold the phone. Hold the banana phone. I have a banana phone at work. When we get bananas, I'm always on the phone with the kids. Um, I say to them, for the life of me, look at the positives. If the state takes control of the educational system here in Indiana, you're going to have more of a voice of what these special ed kids are going to need. And they're going to be held more accountable for not or for providing or not providing the needs of the students. You have the control to dictate what you want, and you have more of a voice now to get it. Me, oh, there's free schooling. I could get free accreditation from the government. Hey, I don't have to pay for a master's degree to get my educational credits to get certified as a teacher. I don't have to pay that out of my pocket. You know how much my bachelor's degree was? That stupid fucking paper that's right up there was $150,000. Hi, Gregory. $150,000 for a degree, a piece of paper. You know how much my master's was? 80,000. I didn't have that. I don't have it now. I have $400 to my name. I can't even take AllyKat to the vet. That's how much I have. That's nothing. That's scary. Very, very scary. Make it make sense. I say to them, take the positives out of this situation. You look at everything. Oh, it's Orange Man. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's horrible. All this bad stuff. Okay, so you could pay for my gas. You could pay my bills that are inflated. I said to these people, I moved here knowing that the cost of living was a little lower. I wasn't expecting to make what I was making in New York, but I said, okay, so then all my bills were easily paid for, and I budgeted for that. And then all of a sudden, inflation hit, and I can't afford to eat. My electric and gas bill went up by $400. My water bill went up $150. My insurances are going up by like 3 times the amount. My property tax went up by 4 times 4. What? In a year. Hi. Sorry, guys. My eyesight is a little wonky right now. But all of these devices and these things that when 47 steps in, I am really hopeful that I will be able to take advantage in a good way and getting the credentials and then matching that to getting a salary so I don't have to worry about, oh, if I needed to take an equity loan out, like I do desperately need to do right now, I know that the money will be there in a salary to be able to pay that loan back. Right now, my problem is if I want to take a loan out, even if it's a personal loan, my paychecks are never the same. The last month, I didn't get paid really anything. I live paycheck to paycheck. And how would I pay a loan back if I'm not getting a solid paycheck and consistent paycheck? Like I'm not salaried and my job ends in June, early May, June, late May, June. What I don't know when the last time I work. That too, Scott, Roger, absolutely. Deplorable, absolutely. I don't know how some of these people on and my parents, my mom, not my dad, my mom, my dad was on SSI, no SSD. He was disabled. But my dad worked for 42 years before he had to go on that. Like my dad had a pension. I don't have a pension. I'm now just accumulating my third career. The YMCA, I almost died. The other job, I would have died if I would have taken something. And now I'm starting my life over again at 40 years old. Going to be 42. I just started a new career at 41. It's not the new career, it's the same career, but it's a new place. I'm starting over again 3 times. I'm not going to have anything when I get old. I'm going to have to keep working. As if I wrote that, great, but something has to give. And a lot of people told me, well, you have rheumatoid arthritis. Why don't you just go on disability? How can one live off of that? And I know a lot of people that do. And also, I salute to you. I couldn't do it. Mm-mm. I don't like living off the government. If you have to, that's another story. But that's also shit. That's what, and see, Thomas, that's what I'm trying to manifest for all of us. Abundance and prosperity for all. If the prices of food and some of these, like the electric company, the gas monopolies, they all dropped prices, I could work this one full-time job and not have to worry about my bills because things are comparatively not expensive. I need a new car. Go figure, my credit score sucks. And if I have to consolidate my debt right now, which I'm in debt. Okay, but Gregory, I've been hearing that those two terms for the last 6, 7 years never dropped. When is it going to drop? If it drops. And that who's to say we're getting the money? The external revenue? Oh, well, it's going to take all these things and it's going to help where and who's getting that money? Or is our taxes going to lessen? I shouldn't even be paying property tax. Yeah, it goes to the town, but it's not going to my paycheck. I work in the town that I live in. It's not going to my paycheck. So explain to me how that's going to function. You know how much money the IRS has stolen from my pockets? More than $100,000. And not just my pockets, my parents' pockets. Will I ever see that money? I don't know. But all I know is if I don't create the reality that I'm now creating for myself, it's not going to happen because I'm not causing the energy to differentiate in my reality. There's so many people that have amazing ideas for that RV, and they're just sitting there waiting to be created, waiting to be actually put out there. What limits everybody on their manifestation? Money. Well, I need money. I need this. I thought I had a nosebleed again. Woo! No, no nosebleed. Nicera and Jacera is a beautiful concept. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. And if it exists, we all thought about it. It's not playing out in this reality or this timeline. I hope it does. But when, I don't know. And like in my now moment, Odin needs to go to the vet. I need to get blood work on him. I need to figure out what's wrong with my cat. The same way to account if I got sick, right? I we need things now, not when 47 enters office and that's Monday. But that could happen in 3 years from now. And we don't know how that's going to be distributed or how much that distribution is going to be. I'm not relying on that stuff. If it happens, great. I'll take it. I'll accept it. But I don't see it the way everybody else sees it. because it's a carrot on a stick. It's like that deck clock. Every week, a beautiful picture comes out of the wrongs that have been done to us. We allowed it. We perpetuated the shit because we weren't aware, and that's okay. Now we're in awareness. It's gonna stop. But it keeps dangling a carrot in front of you. So come back next week for the next drop. Come back next week. Come back next week. Come back next week. We have a secret picture for you to view. Is that putting money in your pocket right now? What is that doing for you? What is that doing for you? I don't know. Um, I had when I signed, my chat went bye-bye, so I had to restart my chat. So I do apologize. Um, I don't believe all of us are getting millions of dollars. Uh, ask what would happen in Gary, Indiana if people got millions of dollars. That is a joke deplorable. Um, the cat rescue that I got Odin and Freya from, I had to sign paperwork that said that I had enough income to take care of them. Um, I might call them, but at this juncture, I don't know. Something does have to give, and a lot of us have to stand up in our empowerment to fucking say this needs to stop now. Not in 5 years, not in March, not in June. And those are, we say March, but uh 3 years ago, people were like, oh, Nasira and Jasira is gonna run around the corner, Allison. Don't sell your house. Don't do this, don't do that. And if I took everybody's advice by waiting, I would have been homeless. Because 3 years ago, Nasira and Jasira was this big thing, and everybody knew all the ins and outs of it. And it still hasn't dropped. It's not going to be in the way that everybody thinks. So, for those of you that haven't weren't here in the beginning, we're going to send our very much energetic prayers to Blondie, who is a part of We Not Me, and our family there. She hasn't been on for a while in the chat, but she's been watching. I don't know if she watches me, but I'm going to send her my loving and prayer energy to her. She asked me about med beds, and my honest opinion about med beds is that I would never stick myself into a space-like looking machine to do what to my frequency and my DNA. There are technologies now being created, like lasers that go and get shot into your gums that create new teeth. That's not a med bed. They are injecting things into the C cells that are reversing that. So there is technology out there. There are new techniques that are being discovered or just put out into the ether that people are going to be taken advantage of and will be healed. Would I put myself in a machine that I have no idea who created it, what entanglement is to the frequency that is being projected into my etherical DNA? I wouldn't put myself in any one of those things for a long time. We want to heal our 3D body, but if we're not meant to take this body with us as we ascend, many of us might not. I know I'm not. I'm going to go out in my powder moment. I'm going to go out in that lightning bolt and I'm going to be happy. I don't need this body. This is not my soul. It's a little fractal of it. My soul is infinite and I'm in all things. So I don't need something bound in density for me. Yes, it is a sideshow. I'm just trading chat, guys, by the way. I'm a perfect example of healing. I tried holistic for 2 years when I first got diagnosed with arthritis, rheumatoid. Then I went on the biologics because the holistic stuff was making me actually worse because no one could put me on the right detox or the supplements or the diets. The 2 years of nightmare. The biologics helped, but my particular chemical body, the components that make up my body, gets used to things very quickly. So they kept having to increase the amount, and I was taking, and the medicine was based off of your weight, and I'd be on, and I fluctuate between 100 pounds, and this is now going back when I was on the medication, to 130. I was on a dose for a 400-pound person. And eventually, the medicines, I was on 7 different biologics, and I stopped them all, changed my mindset, and say, I'm not limiting myself to this pain. I am not going to limit my life because I've been told I have limitations. I will live with my limitations. I will learn how to overcome my limitations. And once I did that and I empowered myself, to this day, I am no longer on pain medication. I am not on anything. I don't take rheumatoid arthritis medication. I take supplements. Have a good night, Wendy. Thank you for coming. Have a good night. I know it's late where people are. Have a good night. The beautiful thing about our world, our thoughts create things. We create the catalyst for our soul to grow. And not all the time, like in my situation, my circumstances right now, I have to put faith in the universal is going to work out. But that doesn't mean I sit back and idly wait for that to happen. I have to create it as I'm going. And the veil, see, a lot of people want to know why mediums and why psychics and people that have insight can't read themselves. It's because I'm not supposed to know. I'm not supposed to know the next steps. I have to learn and walk through the experience to gain the wisdom. Crossing my fingers that I'm listening enough to Brian Scott's affirmations and activations that I am magnetizing a whole new paradigm for me. That's what I'm trying to do. But I am putting action into motion. I am doing lives. I am doing paintings. I am doing different to get different results. If I just sat and did the same thing, I'm not seeing much results. I'm not going to get anywhere. It's wishful thinking. Your dogs are amazing, Ash Maya. Oh yeah, I was on. So here's the funny thing about my body. My body is a hypocrite to its own self. Some things, like I'm going to start a detox in February for the thyroid. So I'm doing a heavy metal detox. But in the heavy metal detox, I have to stop doing the rheumatoid arthritis detox because I deplete myself so much of the things that my body needs for certain things and not for others. I was on narcotics for 17, 18 years. And I stopped. I don't need them anymore. And yeah, I am in pain. Like today, you see me, I'm jiggling in the chair a whole shit ton. Um, I take castor oil now with the pill, and when my allergy hits, I'm allergic to my progesterone. I have to apply it. I put it in my belly button, and I've been trying to get my eyebrows to grow back. I have to pencil in my eyebrows. You could see I'm thinning up here. I got baby hairs coming in. My hair is very thin. I have thyroid problems. You know, I'm allergic to earth. I'm allergic to earth. But in the last 2 years, reading Reconstructing Reality, exposing myself to new paradigms like divine neutrality and non-duality, really honing in on it, integrating it into my being, and then now learning how to undo a lot of programming and a lot of releasing the old self. A lot more is coming into my being. I'm going to start with zeolite. I put uh pads on the bottoms of my feet, and I do a lot of detox baths. I will incorporate a lot more cilantro into my diet. Black seed oil I take on and off, and oregano oil I take on and off. I don't like to stick to too many things at once. I was doing haritaki. Yeah, I'm a vet. I have stopped doing this, but right now with the upgrades, the physical 3D illnesses going around, the viral stuff. Like this is like the tobacco is keeping me good. Spirit is here. We got two amazing cards. Two amazing cards. And all my cards have been falling the last few days. I have to figure out that meaning. So while right before I pick that card up, if anybody has I don't know how many of you watch the paint and sips that I do. But if you have any ideas for me for the next one, I would like to have at least 4 options because Freya and Odin, I am not auctioning this raffling this one off. Um, but if anybody has an idea for the next one, and I know Valentine's Day is coming, self-love is going to be the theme. I almost dropped that again. Whispers. Tune into your soul voice. Your mind and heart are expanding to hear your soul whispers. You are or will soon find it easier to interpret and understand the vibes of your soul through how you feel. Open the door to soul whispers by feeling appreciative. Close the door by feeling judgmental. The messages are always there, even if you are not receiving them. Practice feeling soul vibes to clarify your intuition and psychic senses. Just like we know a dog can hear sounds we can't, your intuition interprets waves and impulses outside of your conscious awareness. You're channeling. This card is also prompting you to take notice of your dreams. When you are asleep, you cease conscious thought and resistance, making it easier for you to receive soul transmissions. If you embrace the messages that come through your dreams, you will invite more of the same. If you don't like a dream, see it as a sign to shift your focus or change a belief. Hi, Jenny. Hi, everybody. So listen to your soul. Listen to your soul. Sorry, I'm reconfiguring my screen. I really do need 2 computer screens. I have an aloe vera plant that's doing thriving. My lemon tree plant died. I'm very disappointed in my lemon tree. Um, sucks. Sucks. All right. So we have whispers. Tune into your soul voice. I can equate this card to how I know I'm being channeled, meaning I know my higher self is taking the helm, but then the archangels come in and the frequency shifts, and I just get it out. Then when my parents come, I get really teary-eyed and well up. That's them. The elementals and stuff, they make me feel floaty. So see if you could stop yourself to think, how do you feel, and check in with yourself. Like when my skin gets really hot, like my ears right now are getting really hot, that's the galactics coming through, channeling through me. Oh yeah, I have heard of DMSO. Um, no, for everybody's going to be different how you pick up your vibrations. But this is how I know I don't have a name for any of these things. I don't give things names because all of them are me and me are them. I've heard of George W. Carey. Um, Heard, never read. I will look into it. So deplorable, your soul knows. Your higher self knows. Um, if you've ever listened to Alexander Quinn and Pamela Erlin, they will speak in light language. I don't understand it. I don't speak it. I don't resonate. I resonate when I hear it and I feel it, but I'm not the one that will do the light language. I will not speak it. It's not something that's my talent or my ability, but other people have that ability. Um, I've had interdimensional beings come to me. I've had grays, draconians, light beings. I haven't seen the archangels, but I have seen the angels that surround me. But I've seen other things. I've seen the demon. I've seen all things. Uh, when they come to you in that way, they're coming to your mind in a way that's not going to scare you, but intrigue you, if that makes sense. A lot of the beings that are here to help us don't look, we give it a look 3D wise. We go to AI and they depict what an Arcturian looks like. Like I pictured a draconian and people are like, that's not a draconian. It's a draconian. What we think it is, because people draw it up from how they perceive it, it's all different. So your mind is choosing to use symbolism like that. It's weird. That's weird. That's awesome though. Oh, Ashmaya. Um, he has come to me as well. I don't know. I can't. I've tried to hone in on him, but I'm not being allowed to. But I know I've had gotten he has gifted me a silver coin, and that keeps coming up in my mind a lot as of recent. So I know he's starting to be able to project his other selves, which is beautiful. Um, so before I get into this card, because this is a good one, when we get out of this shell, this cute little body that we have, our energy transcends, right? We go to a density wherever the light is the strongest for us, we get off. We can't take it anymore, we're off. That's up to your soul, whatever density, dimensional space you're going to inhabit. Now, you're still tethered and entangled to your other selves, that is everybody here. You go through a phase of rest. It's usually a couple of weeks, depending on the soul and how your energy is. My dad took a long time for me to figure out it was my dad. My mom took a few weeks. I crossed my mother over. I saw the whole event happen. Like physically, and third eye. I literally crossed my mom over. You go to a resting holding spot because you have to get used to not being in a body. You have to get used to feeling free. Once you're able to hone in on that and heal a little bit and get reunized with all the people that have transcended, you get to have a little party up there. You're going to be able to calm down and pick up and give people signs that you're okay. And everybody, it's like figuring it, it's like the next step of learning how to come down and densify to the extent where you're going to be able to give somebody a sign. That takes a long time for a spirit to figure it out. I haven't heard anything either, and I know Dina would have said something to me in private, and she hasn't. I know she's been trying to find out, like you. Um, I said it from the earliest when I heard his diagnosis. It wasn't going to be that long. Nor do I want anybody to suffer for with what he had. Um, I don't see, I see it as a beautiful thing. It's a transcending of energy. It's beautiful. It's to be celebrated. It's not to be mourned. And yes, we're going to mourn. We're human. That's a part of our experience. But for all the loss that I've had in my life, it's not really a loss, it's a gain. I gain another aspect of myself that's going to come down and help me. It's beautiful. But for those of you who don't know, Q Crew was a beautiful soul, a part of the We Not Me family, who are still not sure, but remember, we're fractaled. As I am saying that, my internet connectivity goes wonky. I'm sure Ash Maya, he knows. Yeah, my when my mom died, I knew 45 minutes before she was gonna die, like her physical body going, like I knew. And it's the hardest thing to describe in words, the way I felt when I went into the emergency room. I started seeing shadows and dark figures and the demonic stuff that roams around the hospital. Now, I don't like that crap. I called in everything I could, and for hours on end, just sitting there talking with her, getting her prepared. And at some point, she started coding, but then would stabilize. And I got like smacked with energy that I have never felt before. And it wasn't evil, it wasn't negative, because I was watching everything around. No one else could see it. I know I was seeing it. I heard it. It was horrible. I got zapped with some crazy energy, and they held my mom's hand, and I was crossing her soul over in that moment. And the rest that played out was 45 minutes of her body just going through the motions until she finally like flatlined. And at that moment, after I did that, I was exhausted. I was crying, and it was just crazy. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, but here's the crazy part. We are in spirit already. That's the best part about it. We're there. When this physical shell dies, the heart stops. We're just merging with the other self, the higher self that's already in spirit. We are already with our parents, just not aware physically. We're in our light body already, up with them. We merge with that, and we become our consciousness becomes more on a whole. So like we're fractals into that pie chart, and then a little bit more of our pie chart gets filled in as we merge with the other self. That's all we're doing. Totally was. I mean, I know on my internet I get like a little thing on top of my screen that says like internet connectivity is dis whatever that word is. Um it's spirit. I've had this before with you guys, but soul writing. We become the stories we tell. You are the author of your story. Write one that inspires you and doesn't let anyone else command the pen. Physical reality is temporary. It is a forever changing form one moment to the next. The events and experiences of your life are multidimensional, living art. Chicken, 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 chicken. You can view and adjust any stories from your past, present, and future, even though everything's concurrently happening right now. Let go of justifying or analyzing the events that become your stories and lift yourself into a new way of seeing them. Look at the card and imagine you are the angel rising and connecting to the soul light at the top of the pyramid. From this expanded viewpoint, you can see all your stories and their facets from a neutral position. A higher perspective will unveil and reveal what was previously unknown. You may be surprised, shocked, or embarrassed that the stories you have identified with is not what you thought it was. Don't stress. This indicates that the stories are shaking loose and healing is occurring. You are doing so well. You are worthy and you are loved. So, as a humanity right now, not just individually, right? I said that we are, when I read out of the holographic universe, we're fragmenting so many things How can we make them whole again? Okay, so I didn't drop. I dropped other cards. I think. Whatever. Sorry, guys. I had cards drop everywhere. Ah! I don't even know which one to read first. Third chakra. The energy of the solar plexus chakra helps us to realize who we are and who we want to be. So we want to set a course toward our goals. Duality. The frequency of duality supports our ability to gracefully flow with the everlasting movement among all opposites. Oh, I have the I have the I actually posted it on my Facebook a while ago, but there is a prophecy, Baba Yaga, um, what the M means. And back maybe more than 10 years ago, I had a person I used to work with at the YMCA that was very spiritual, and she belonged to a group, and she showed my picture, and a few people told me that I have the seal on my forehead and a white cross behind me, and that the Christ consciousness is strong within. Numbers are permission slips, by the way, upstairs. I'm reading her comments. That's insane, Jenny. Adventure. Life is an adventure. Be ready for the unexpected and make the most of all opportunities. The angel wisdom suggests you get out of any habits or ruts in which you are stuck. Do things that are different and face life with a sense of wonder. If the path ahead seems dark, do as you would if you were exploring a dark place. Ask your angels to light up the way. Then watch for the signs and signals that tell you where and how to go. Explore the new excitement and encourage and have courage. These magnetic qualities attract money, career openings, and add zest to relationships. The angels are inspiring you to move forward with anticipation, expectancy, and hope. I face the adventure of life eagerly. That's right, Wendy, because you are source. You're quantum entangled to source. Nothing is outside of you. I give you the permission to know that. It's just you talking to yourself, your source. Source is energy. Subatomic particles with information of photonic light that hits the ether, that strings into your essence and lands here. It's beautiful. Seriously, these it's supposed to rain tonight. Rain. My Aunt Bobby's sending me stuff. Is Backshot still on? Yeah, before because I just got my notifications. So tomorrow, 1/18, January 18th, at 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern, US Standard Time. Buckshot is holding a Zoom. He was in the chat earlier. If anybody's free, I couldn't make it last week, but if you guys are free, it's an open call. It's not recorded. It's private, but it's open to everybody. Please join. You can find the Zoom link on the We Not Me Facebook or the Telegram channel. And I'm more than happy to email you the link if you need it. So make sure that that is tomorrow. All right. Yeah, I needed to find that. Kindness. In order to be kind, you must open your heart to the gentle qualities of caring and compassion. Be kind to yourself. Have reasonable expectations and give yourself due praise. In order to nurture the gentle quality of kindness, cherish yourself. When you do something for yourself, you automatically extend that energy to others. Kindness melts barriers of ice around people and re-empowers those who are afraid. So reach out to the lonely, drawn out the shy, include those who feel isolated, and comfort the sad. Your rewards will be sense of inner peace, warmth, and love. I am kind to myself and others. Now, in this dualistic, separate, limited world that we are all inhabiting, We criticize the other side, we call them names, they call us names. It like becomes this. Why? It mutes itself out in the middle. If we can extend kindness to those other people that we call sleeping and have compassion for those people that chose to not have the awareness that we're at, be kind to the people that are brainwashed or don't have the understanding that we do. And it's not to say that our side is right or wrong. It's coming into a realization that truth is at a frequency. There is no right and wrong because we all create our reality. Their reality is very different from ours. But if we can lend ourselves the kindness to give them a shoulder to lean on when the next couple of weeks things are going to be escalating out in our outer world outside of us, and a lot of things are going to drop that we already have the awareness of. We rewrote the story. We already know this within innate in us, in here. We know it already. We have friends that are just giving us the remembrance of the things we already know. Come in here and give them a shoulder physically to lean on and give them love and kindness and compassion. Don't worry if they're this. Stop judging people for their choices. If they want to be what you don't prefer, that's not your business. Why are you worried about it? If they want to conduct their life in a certain way that you don't agree with it. Don't shun them. Don't judge them. See them as source and move on. They're there for a test. Deplorable. You are angelic. You are an angel, girl. Miss Wendy, I'm just a permission slip for most of you to know who you are. I'm a permission slip. By me talking about what I am, you're not any different from what I am. All all of you, even the ones that might not admit it just now, they might not see it, they might not connect with it or integrate it, but know deep inside somewhere, all of you have been rishis, ascended masters, celestials, archangels, angels, guardians, and beautiful beings. You are an angel, and most of us that are the way showers are angelic. There's different levels, different types of angels. We all need it right now. I'm the warrior. I come down with my damn sword, my axe, and I do battle. I'm an alchemizer. I transmute energy. I take the dark and I transmute it to the light. That's why I can't hate any longer. I can't look at anything and hate it. I might dislike it. I might say, you go over there now, please. You're not going in my energy field, but that doesn't mean I'm dismissing them or you're just going over there. I don't hate them anymore. Deplorable, your soul is expansive. Expansive. And those of you, I'm not of a religious paradigm, never was. So when I came into the awareness of the angelics, that's more of a religious paradigm. But in essence, it's a light being that has a specific role in the universe. And that's the collective that my soul is a part of that is working through this vehicle. That aspect of myself is in this vehicle with other fractals of other beings that are me also coming through and working through me. That's why when I hold gems and put them into my pyramids, people actually feel the energy coming off of it. They feel the energy because I'm holding things, I am cleansing things, I am putting things in, and my frequency signature is rubbing off on all the stones. The stones have their own unique crystallized energy. I'm just helping it amplify. I have to touch and be physical at my job. I'm with the kids, I'm holding them. I'm physically moving my energy into theirs and I'm helping them. That's my physicality job. I have Archangel Gabriel and Hillel incarnate in this body for experience. Little aspects of them. Sparky, that's I was afraid to do that because I felt the same way. And then upstairs told me those people. It's not coming from an egotistical place. Once you understand how things in reality work, we're all one. We're all just individuated different aspects of source that come together with different abilities. Each and every one of us holds something super special within our essence. We just happen to be aware of it. That's the difference between somebody sleeping that is not in the awareness of what they are to somebody who has the expanded consciousness to say, well, I said this a very long time ago. Now that I know what I am, what the fucking burden it is to be. It's a burden. Knowing what I am isn't putting myself on a pedestal because you all have the same, you're all the different aspects of source and all the things that are flowing in density. That doesn't make you egotistical. It doesn't make you conceited or narcissistic because we're all one with source. We all, at the end of the day, will merge back with all that is and be all that is. Some of us in our right now, our soul fragments are composing of galaxies and planets and other consciousness. We're just not aware in this shell that we are. If you read Dolores Cannon, that statement will make a hell of a lot more sense because she brings people back to God, the logos, the planet, the rock, the tree, the grass. People were grass, but we're that now. You're just not in the awareness of it. If you sit in meditation, if you sit in meditation and you think of a grass blade and put yourself as the blade of grass, photosynthesizing, taking in the light and growing, your roots being connected to all the other blades of grass. And then you start connecting to everything else and seeing it and experiencing it in your mind, it is mind blowing. It is changing the game in your head. I've had many instances when I'm having an astral travel that I am traveling, let's just say to New York City, and I am seeing myself in the thousands of people on Fifth Avenue walking to work. I'm experiencing each person in their little work outfit or their suit and their suitcase, slicing down a bacon, egg, and cheese, salt, pepper, ketchup on a roll, Bexec, in their mouths, or a slice of pizza at lunchtime, jetting down the block, getting into the buildings. And I could see myself being in every aspect of all those people at the same moment in one breath. That takes a lot of concentration, but I have gotten to that state of sitting and just being silent and taking myself out of my body with the intention of knowing that I am all things, I'm all people. Watch Powder. Powder will tell you. The Matrix will tell you. Some of these movies will tell you what you are. Deplorable. The age-old Adam axiom is that we're leaving the world better for the next generations. Not one, but multiple. Why did we come back? Why am I with the kids? Why am I sacrificing my well-being in terms of this 3D self to work a job that does not pay well, that does not salaried, but doing this because my mission is to be with the kids. I'm seeding and holding frequency for those kids to activate them. They're 3D bodies. So when they grow up and get older, they're going to be the ones that really transform this world. We're just the way showers. We're just the seeds. We're the golden crop. We're setting the stage for them. We're going to transcend to be their guides. They're going to be the ones that transcend physically, not us. That's my opinion. We could jump into another paradigm that we transform in physical form. I don't really necessarily see that. In this lifetime, I do see a lot of us transcending the shell and going into the light. I'm bypassing a lot of density. I don't need to experience fully all of 4. I've been there, done that multiple times. 5, been there, done that, did it multiple times. I'm going to go with my higher self that's 6.5, 7th density. Many of us already are going to bypass a lot of this stuff. We're here to anchor in the light. We're here to seed those souls in the children. They're the same age as us. All of us are the same age, soul-wise. God said, and it all came into existence. God had a dream. MLK, I had a dream. God had a thought. Here we are. All souls are the same age. What we refer to as an old soul, an ancient soul, is someone who's incarnated multiple times. I'm an ancient soul. I've been in physicality 28,628 lives. In physical form. That's a lot of lives. Most people maybe have a couple of thousand. I have 28. I think Jason Q has 11,000. It's how many times we've incarnated. And that doesn't necessarily mean how many lessons we needed to transcend and learn. It doesn't necessarily mean that. If I have a high purpose from source and I'm working straight with source, as we all are, but some of us have a stronger connection with a bigger purpose. That doesn't make you better than anybody else because everybody has a piece of the puzzle that when we combine together, if I'm at the top of my building and I have to wait for the person at the bottom to get it, I'm waiting a very long time. But you know what I can do instead of waiting up here and taking the sun? I can go downstairs and help pick somebody up to get to that top floor. And that's my job. Yes, Hekoya claircognizant. Yep. I have a lot of the clairs. They come in and out of waves. So sometimes I'm clairsentient, sometimes I'm clairaudient, sometimes I have the taste, the smell, I have it all, but they come in and out of waves. My main one is the knowing, claircognizant. Hi, Mark. Okay. When it comes to the children that we deem as children, they wrote this contract for them to have that experience as we did the same. We, right now, because we're all one, also are the kids having those experiences. They wrote those contracts. It's wrong. But that's what their soul needs to have that experience as we've had them ourselves. We just don't have that recollection in our etheric memory. It will unfold. I have had flashings, not flashbacks, flashings of my child self being sacrificed. Their soul already knows what it's coming in to do, as our soul know what it came in to do. It's an opportunity for us to learn. It's also an opportunity to heal. It's also an opportunity to have compassion. There's a lot of souls on this planet that have buried themselves in a lot of darkness. There is a reason why people do what they do. There's a lot of people that are very unhealed that have had their own trauma that has never been healed. They never had compassion. They never had someone actually give them love, even if it's an unconditional type. And they perpetuate the harm on others. They wrote the story just like we wrote our own. And that's a very difficult truth to handle when it comes to this movement. You have to have compassion in order to move forward in ascension, in my estimation and perspective, for all things that are God experiencing itself as, including those continuously doing harm to children. That's a hard truth to swallow. That's still God experiencing itself in both duality ways. Now, when you see beyond the good and evil and you see the contract for what it is and you level with yourself, you don't want that in your reality anymore, you write it out. That doesn't mean it's still not existing. It's just not existing in your reality anymore. It's not to say to ignore it. You can energetically stop it. I've been doing this for years. We all have a duty as light showers, way showers, light holders to transmute the energy. You can't physically go in the DUMS. You can't physically stop what is coming. What is actually coming? We have to experience the light and the dark. And right now, in our other selves, we are the dark. We're just conscious of this body, of this awareness. You chose light in this awareness. And not all light is light pure. Most light is false. It's not pure light. It is not pure light. Why? Because even the light side is deceptive. How many years are we going to be told certain narratives and programs to deceive us? How many decades has it been since treason has been against from within? And it's still not being dealt with. Decades, not just in the last 5 years, not in the last 20 years, decades of treason. There is no past life because all life is concurrently happening in every now moment in the simulated holographic ontological hologram of this matrix. Yes. The holographic universe, even if you don't believe in that, in quantum physics, in order for some of the experiments that do happen, they shoot subatomic particles, whether it be photons, whether it be whatever it is, into like an experiment. And when a person observes, the particles change. So as you are perceiving higher octaves of frequency, vibration, and states, the subatomic particles you are looking at in your everyday reality, things start unfolding. That's why some of us, like myself, can see spirit, aliens, spacecraft, fifth density, have like physical experiences. They're fleeting, but you see them. Yes. Yay, El Sunray. Yes, we're multidimensional. There is a multiverse. And it overlays on top of where we are. That's why we're able to like theoretically jump into another paradigm or jump into a timeline because it's just an unlayering of particles unfolding that reveals a new reality. And it's not necessarily new. It's what you created in a higher timeline. You created all your timelines, there's billions of them that you created. And each one has a different lesson. You have catalysts that you chose. Those catalysts still will occur, but to the degree it will occur in a different timeline. And that's because you're opening up your consciousness and you're seeing more and more of the overlay merge. And then you decide, I'm going to vibrate higher. And then you quantum leap into, you skip down here and you jump up here. And slowly things start unraveling differently in your world. You created it. You're just merging with it. But yeah, I love how you use that pie chart analogy. Love it. Love, love, love it. I'm itchy. I'm itchy. So thank you. I'm not done yet, but thank you everybody for coming. My gratitude to everybody and my appreciation to everybody. I do appreciate everybody coming. And if you're interested, channel members get free entries into my raffles. I might do one or two more paint and sips. And then at the end of the month, I'm going to have a raffle and the winner gets to choose which painting they want. So this is the cardinal. And this is the very first one. And I'm going to be doing hopefully two more. I'm just trying to pick out what I want to do. Well, thank you, Ashmeyer, for being a part of it. You all contribute. See how channeling and togetherness works and unity works is I'm going and flowing from what you guys are typing. I'm reading your energy and energy is being flowed back to me. Unbeknownst to my consciousness, it's already happening. You're entangled to me. So there are things here that upstairs picks up and go, oh, okay, you need to deliver this message as much as you guys are talking. So you're all contributing to the energy accumulation that is expanding everything. So thank you guys for being a part of my journey as much as I'm a part of yours. Yes, Jenny, yes. That's a good analogy, by the way. You see, what's really funny when people first meet me, they say, I don't want to sound weird, or what I'm about to say is mind blowing. And I'm looking at this, and I sit back and I say, well, no, what are you talking about? You're not weird. That's not strange. Really? You think that's crazy? No, stop. Stop labeling yourself in that in what you're talking about like that. If those people don't get you, that's not your people. There's somebody for everybody out there. And I know when more and more people come more into themselves and give themselves the okay to be authentic with themselves, and more of the veil drops for people where they start questioning and start seeing and experiencing. Most people need tangible evidence, granted. More and more people are going to open up to what was once labeled strange and weird to, whoa, we're all like this. Holy crap. It's great. And be more sociably acceptable to just talk about, yeah, I was driving one day and I zipped into a teleportation and I saw some different things, and 5 minutes later, the town and everything switched back to normal. I don't know what happened. That stuff is going to be more socially acceptable to talk about. Yes. It's important. And this is something that Daniel Scranton, Brian Scott, myself, and a lot of other channels talk about. I'm giving you guys a permission to do you and be authentic. I talk about my, like yesterday, I did a video. I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of crying and getting all emotional like that. But it needs to happen because I'm giving you a permission slip to be you, to walk and take your empowerment and actually stand on your 2 feet and say, fuck all of you. This is who I am. That's not conceited. It's not being narcissistic. You know within you, you know who you are. So why are you lying to yourself about who you are? I'm not here with the super cape on. I'm not here. Hey, I'm going to do you a course because I'm Archangel Gabriel's fractal. Here, I'm going to heal you and I'm going to do this. And I'm not, that's not me. I want all of you to stand in your empowerment and own how amazing you are. It's not something to be hidden. And when you talk about your experiences, your synchronicities, your connections to other people, like I saw in the chat earlier, people were talking about numbers and how things were synced in their lives by numbers. That's beautiful. No, can you talk to your relative about the synchronicities? Because they don't understand it. But now you're talking with like-minded people who have very similar things. They're similar, they're not the same. Right? Numbers are similar. That it's a beautiful thing when you can find people who are in your wheelhouse that it might be above your head for a little bit, but then eventually it soaks into you. You integrate the information, you bring it to your heart space, and then you apply it in your life. You walk it, you talk it, you exemplify it. Your energy field is filled with it. And you'll find that more and more people will start feeling more comfortable that weren't so comfortable. They're going to come and ask you some crazy questions, and then not crazy. And you're going to tell them, no, what are you talking about? That's not crazy. Yeah, you saw an alien. That's great. Tell me more. And then be honest, like I might not know what race that is. I might not know what planet that's from, but that doesn't matter. Like I'm listening, I'm being an open ear, and then I can give some advice from where I know from my own standpoint and perspective. That's how things should be. Yes, Ashmaya. I'm unique. I love that word. I am artistic. I'm creative. And that's how I'm choosing to express my energy, amongst other things. The cards, respect. There has been much help from people that you received. Be grateful to those, my dear. I think I pulled this the other day. Have a sense of reality. Accept things happening with an open heart. You can't change the past or delve too much in the future, but it is obviously you can stay focused to turn your fate to a new page today at this moment. I don't believe in past and future. I believe in the now moment. Linearly in the continuum, yes, my brain does project past and future, but I'm slowly trying to get rid of those paradigms. I've been my unique gothic-y metalhead different self since I was a little kid. I was like Black Swan on point shoes. I did not care. When I was little, people used to bully me non-stop. It only made me a stronger human being. It built up my reserves. It helped me see how limited people are thinking. And I wasn't going to stop being me authentically. I'm a big test from source, especially when it comes to the blue button people, when it comes to being gothic and different. That's a label and a judgment. Stop making them on people. You don't know when you look at somebody what they are and what beliefs they hold and what their paradigms are. When you let go of the judgment of other people and how they think and how they run their lives, and you worry about you, those are your other selves. They're there for a lesson and for a teaching. Stop attaching emotion to all things. I have this big black and blue right here. Hurts. Make the most of it. Make use of your time and all resources. Look for more knowledge or appliance. Learn from the mistakes and also from others to build up more skills and confidence. And this is what happens when we all come together and unify. More and more of us are going to be the ones teaching and guiding and helping and just being heart-based. It's going to be beautiful. Oh, Jenny, you're speaking my song right there. I was a very big scapegoat in a lot of different stories. I damn hope so, Scott. Be confident. Make more eye contact and spontaneous communication. Open your chest and take a deep breath to activate more self-confidence. You are simply amazing. Everybody's going to know when it's their time to step out of your shell and start opening up more. And be free with your words and your expression. And everybody's different. So everybody's going to come from a different story, a different background, a different experience. That, and Jenny, that's what I've been talking about with the fires in California. We all collectively can help minimize. It's not going to stop because it's still part of divine orchestration and lessons and stuff that have nothing to do with us. It has everything to do with the people experiencing it. When we can see that and accept that, we can manipulate the energy for the light. I'm claiming that too, Jenny, because I sure damn need a damn change. I really do. And upstairs has not been providing clarity for me on what direction to move in. And it's like 3D need, not a spiritual need. It's like, okay, how can I do different, be different? Okay, I'm going to do lives. I'm going to do this. I'm going to try that. And see, I can't just let it go for a week and, oh, I'm give up. I'm going to do it for some time. I've had this channel 3 years. I've been trying different methods to get, and not, do I need more viewers? No. I got the quality and quantity, but it's like Yeshua speaking to different collectives as they walk in the desert. Yeah, Scott, because you're gonna get significant downloads, Scott, that are going to not necessarily overwhelm you, but you gotta be ready for. And when you take too much in, you're gonna go into spiritual burnout, and no one wants that. I've been in 2 spiritual burnouts, not a cakewalk. to come back. You're being asked to just chill. I think most of us here, Jenny, like I feel very abundant, not with money. I am very abundant in my knowledge, in my heart space. I'm a very big giver. I like to give. I like to put smiles on faces. I like to heal. I like to do a lot, and that's my abundance. My energy is my abundance, and I am wealthy with that. When it comes to 3D, that's where I need to work. We have Heniel, embraced by love. Let love reach where it has never reached before. I'm sorry for the glare and this stupid camera. Seraphil, heart of devotion. Let the cup of your heart be filled through commitment and dedication. Orion, manifestation vortex. Focus your energy with unwavering faith to manifest the outcome you require. Mic drops. Mic drops. Um, I was in that situation, Wendy, where when I moved here, I gave a lot of financial aid to a lot of people, not thinking about my long term. And it's biting me in my ass right now. And not to say that I wouldn't do anything differently. I would just be more mindful and thoughtful of how that energy exchange comes back to me. Right? I'm not asking people to repay me back. That wasn't the purpose of why I gave people what I gave them financially. But the energy exchange when I need help is not there. I learned my lesson not to give as much as I have. I am very generous. But in the moment, I was doing what I only knew what to do best. And now looking back, I wish I wouldn't have given as much as I did. No, and here's the thing about stuff. Like everything behind me is stuff, right? It's not coming with me. But the stuff I choose to have, I hope gives others the knowledge and wisdom that I leave behind. That all my artwork that I leave behind, my pyramids, all of that stuff that is left behind is put to good use by those who are here. I love going to old bookstores and finding books from the 1900s because those books are freaking fantastic. And those were left behind. I hope that everything here is reused and repurposed to someone's betterment. It's just stuff, but it's good stuff that can be reused and can aid others in their journey. Like all my gemstones, I have a lot of gemstones, like my personal stash. They're not big. I don't have big geodes. I don't have big stuff. I have little stuff. whoever inherits my things or sells them will make its way to a new home and give the energy that it helped me. Unless you're a hoarder and you hoard actual garbage. I know people that do that. Let's not do that. Bye, Mark. I'm getting out in a few minutes. I'm almost done. I'm going to read a few more and then I'm out. But thank you, Mark, for coming. Holly Ma, Divine Severance. Cut the cords to dramas, fears, and limitations. That's what we all need to do. I'm doing my best at doing that right now. Yeah, so my biggest lesson in detachment from physical objects happened 3 years ago well, two, when I moved. I was so devastated when I had no money. And I'm in that place now, and I have to really think about what I'm going to do, my next steps. I had to pawn my parents' jewelry. I wear my mother's engagement ring. My dad gave my mom. That's never going to leave me. But it'll go when I pass on, it will go to somebody else and help they enjoy it. Um, but I had to give up stuff that I know that I would never wear and never use so that I can eat and keep the bills going. That was difficult. And I had to ask my mom and my dad, and thankfully I have this ability to ask, is it okay? This is really eating me up inside. The same thing with all the things they worked so hard for their entire life was in my old house. Gorgeous pieces of furniture, gorgeous things that I just couldn't put on a truck and take it here. It all was donated or it had to go. I gave what I could to people. I gave at least 50 bags to a donation, the Vietnam Veterans Association that is out of New York. I gave so much to donations. I gave an $800 China set to somebody who was eating off of napkins. I had to learn how to detach. My parents worked really hard their entire lives for that house and for what they earned and what they had. And it was the hardest thing for me to let it go. But I needed to go. And now I'm okay with it. Rama and Sita, Holy Union, soulmate connection, romantic opportunity. Oh, I hope my other half is around here somewhere. And I had to learn that lesson young. Most people's parents are, old and, you know, on their way out. But my parents, at least on my behalf, I was 22 and 34 when my parents died. And being only now 40, going to be 42, uh, it's rough not having any parents. Like I have my sperm donor. I don't really talk to him or connect with him. Um, so it's, when I talk about my financial situation, it's it's not to elicit pity or suffering or sympathy from anybody. It's like I hope everybody understands, like I'm the last bastion of hope for my own self. I don't have anybody to fall back on. If I lose my house, if I lose everything, I have nowhere to go. And that's not to say that my dad wouldn't take me in, but my dad doesn't live in his own house. My aunt can't take me in, and my second cousins live in the Bronx. They can't take me in. There's nobody that can take me in. So I have to make this work. That's the sucky part. Like other people have family and relatives and people that if something were to ever happen, they can go to. I don't have anybody. That's the sucky part. I don't have anybody to fall back on to help me. It's just me. We have Sopit, cosmic power, unlimited potential, sacred mission, initiation. A lot of us are here right now. We're being initiated. Yeah, a lot of people would say, "Well, you're grifting," and I don't give a shit if whatever you label that as, whatever. It's only grifting if I'm selling you false shit, and I'm not. I'm actually like, this is my own stuff, right? This is my own abilities and talents. I'm not selling some scheme to anybody or some falsity that I have integrity. Um, that's a big thing with me. Your integrity. There's a lot of things I don't align with in this world. But that's just source playing itself out in the things I don't prefer, right? No, but there's a lot of people who mm, they're unfortunately the people that come as grifters are just tests for people. And some people have to learn the hard way on how to go within and know who's being authentic. And everybody's discernment level is a different level. It sucks. Having a behind the scenes look at the movement, not that I was really a part of anything, but I got to see a lot of real true character come out, and like you're not always getting an authentic person that sits behind a screen. That's why I have cut down and limited who is renting space up in my head, who I'm just objectively listening to just to see where the information streams are, where the collective consciousness is. I go into different chats. I'm reading people's comments. I'm seeing where people are at so that I know where I am adjusting my energy. Because I give compassion and grace to everybody. That's not an issue. I just need to, my boundaries have gotten very strong. I will not subject myself to things no longer that no longer serve me or needs to rent space up in my head. If things feel bad or it's projecting fear into people, I stop listening to it. I'm not about the fear. There's nothing to fear. All supposed to happen, divine orchestration. If you don't have faith in source and yourself, I don't know what to tell you. That's why I'm here. And seriously, this is not my best work. This is not my best work. Um, as I'm saying that, I'm not lessening my workability. Um, I'm just doing stuff that I know other people can do. And that's not lowering my talent at all. It's just I prefer oil paint and abstract. Like my work is based, my actual oil paintings or the things you can't see yet still exist, and it's light hitting objects. That's what my paintings depict, is when light hits an object at an angle and I'm seeing it and I'm feeling the vibration of the color. And that's why a lot of my stuff looks wavy. That's just how I paint it with oil. It's just a birdie on a tree. Right. But not my best work. But I know other people can do this. It's not out of the realm of possibility. The same thing with my pyramids. Anybody can make a pyramid if you have the materials to do it, and you could do it in your own unique way. I took barbecue bottles and made a vase. People craft all the time. I just hope to give you the inspiration, maybe to try what you have in the house. Like I made balls. I just put Christmas stuff in balls and made it work. Right? It's about allowing yourself to be creative, because that's what a lot of people lack. And when you could tap into that God consciousness within you to create, because the negative polarized people really have a hard time creating and being original. Opening yourself up to a hobby, a craft, a skill. It doesn't need to be artistic. It could be through music, writing, making things. These other people, the negative aspect that Source is playing through, have a very hard time being creative. They're taking, they're using other resources to create. So instead of me, I'm like, okay, let me look at different images to see what I want. But in the end of the day, that's out of my mind. I'm just seeing different compositions and looking through at what other people have done to see. But this is all original. I'm doing it freehand. The same thing with my art. I am not really looking at other artists to copy them. I'm doing it as my own. When I make a pyramid, I just put gems in my hand and see which ones want to go in. I'm tapping into my intuition. And I just hope that I'm a permission slip for you guys to start being creative. That's why I'm doing these videos with the craft and stuff. I'm talking spiritual stuff, but I'm also making stuff with you. I got a sign that says blessed with feathers. I painted them. I got to add more to that because you really can't see that that's a feather right there, but there's feathers I painted, and then I added real feathers. And then this sign can hang in someone's house and you can light it up. Right? It's a permission slip for you guys to go in and do that. Right? It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the only one that has to like what you do is you. A lot of people look at some of the artwork that I do, they're like, not for me. That's okay. It doesn't need to be for you. I enjoy making it. I don't care if you like it or not. right? For those that, I'm happy that people like it, but at the end of the day, I have to be happy with it. And if I'm not happy, I make it, I change it, I make it, recreate it, and do more to it. Cooking is another avenue, right? Whatever it is that you have a passion to do, like Nej, she's a fantastic painter, but she also loves to cook. She used to send me pictures of all kinds of different breads she made. She's freaking beyond talented. That's her thing in the kitchen, right? Ash Maya makes crafts. They were freaking adorable. I love her stuff. Everybody has a unique gift. Tap into it, even if it's stuff you've never done before. Explore. What could go wrong? So you showed yourself you don't prefer that. Okay, cool. Now you know not to do it again. Or that it's not something you enjoy. Let's find something else that I can possibly tap into to enjoy. Oh, felting is amazing. I love felting. I suck at it, but felting is awesome. Damn it, I passed my page. And the last card of the night, Messiah of Pravati. There is a gentler way to proceed and obtain the same, or even greater effect. Tame the wild and frenzied workings of the mind by grounding yourself with beauty, pleasure, and grace. Violence and its negative effects shall be overcome and healed through the feminine gentleness and inner spiritual strength. This oracle is a sign of great future happiness. Pravati is a universal mother in her gentle aspect. She is beautiful and benevolent and invokes the qualities of love, connection, creativity, and devotion to a higher purpose. The divine goddess has many names, and Pravati is also known as Jagatambi, the mother of the universe. Her son is Ganesha, the elephant-headed deity who fosters success in all new ventures, protection from obstacles, and its particular benefit to those who feel drawn to right. She helps heal wounds and wounded hearts and teaches us how to belong to ourselves, just as we are, rather than abandoning ourselves to please others. This oracle brings comfort from matters to do with material prosperity, love relationships, expressing your voice, and fulfilling your higher purpose. There's a lot about Lakshmi too. Her wisdom protects us from breakdown, guiding us into breakthrough. Her oracle indicates that even though we may grow through intense challenges, there is a calming influence which can help us if we are willing to allow for it and be kind to ourselves. We can trust that the Divine Mother loves us and responds to what is needed, but also knows how to get things done without being more heavy-handed than necessary. She is genuinely moved by our suffering and will manifest in whatever forms are needed to heal. Her oracle asks you to invoke her trust. What transpires is for your healing and spiritual fulfillment. Give up the notion that the deepest issues require the most difficult path to heal. Let her Liza dance of happiness and grace unveil a gentler and more loving way. That's a powerful damn card for what is incoming. So in closing, I want to thank everybody for coming, for hanging out with me, for the beautiful conversations in the chat. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And I want to thank you for your gratitude, your appreciation, your love, your abundance, your energy. It's all very necessary. And I hope that more and more people start joining in and feeling the love, the healing, and the words of encouragement, the permission slips that we all provide for others to be their authentic selves. To come into the notion that all is supposed to be the way it's supposed to outplay in this world, and we can create different. It's up to us to transmute that darkness into the light. So let's work together. And especially on Monday, don't let the outside world rent space in your head. Watch the show objectively. Shield your energy. Go within and know that everything is having a purpose. Don't take everything so personally. And let's help each other get through this third dimensional shit show. Sending each and every one of you love, light, compassion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Please be the shoulder physically for somebody. Be the lighthouse GPS signal that is blasting your beautiful light to the world. Seed your truths respectfully and maturely, because that other side is going to need us more than ever in the next couple of weeks. Gather your strength and be the light. And thank you all for coming and watching and supporting. It means the world to me. So much gratitude for each and every one of you and your energy. And I hope to see you guys on the next one. Have a blessed and beautiful day. And hopefully this Monday is going to be a beautiful one. Bye for now, everybody.